Close your eyes, breathe slowly. Tonight we travel through the darkest and the most consequential thread in the entire fabric of human history, the thread of organized violence, the specific human capacity to make war. From the first flint-tipped spear driven into the body of a stranger to the nuclear missiles that sit in their silos tonight, pointed at cities whose inhabitants are asleep, the history of war is the history of the human species at its most destructive and its most inventive, its most brutal and its most organized, its most catastrophically wasteful and its most transformatively consequential. War has ended civilizations and created them. It has produced the most heroic acts in the human record and the most monstrous. It has driven the development of medicine, of engineering, of communication, and of the state itself. And it has killed, in the conservative estimate of the most careful historians, approximately 1 billion human beings across the recorded span of history, each one of them a specific person with a specific face and a specific life, whose ending was the most immediate and the most irreversible consequence of the institution we call war. Let the darkness carry you. We begin. Fact 1. The first war, violence before history. The question of when human beings first made war, of when the organized, collective violence between groups that distinguishes warfare from the individual violence, that all animals are capable of first appeared in the human behavioral repertoire, is one of the most contested questions in the entire study of human prehistory, its answer depending critically on how war is defined, what kinds of evidence count as proof, and what the specific archaeological, skeletal, and ethnographic records of the deep human past actually tell us about the prevalence and the character of intergroup violence in the world before writing. The evidence from the skeletal record, the analysis of the bones of prehistoric human communities for the specific injuries whose character, the embedded projectile points, the healed and unhealed blunt force trauma, the specific pattern of multiple simultaneous violent deaths in a single burial site, indicates organized collective violence rather than the individual interpersonal violence that the isolated single injury suggests. Reveals a picture considerably more violent than the noble savage narrative of the peaceful pre-state community that the Enlightenment tradition preferred, and considerably more ambiguous than the universal warfare hypothesis of those who argue that war is a biological constant of human existence as ancient as the species itself. The site of Nataruk in Kenya, where the skeletal remains of 27 individuals, including men, women, and children, bearing the specific injuries of violent death, the embedded obsidian projectile in one skull, the bound wrists of several victims, the blunt force trauma to the heads of others, dating to approximately 10,000 years before the present, were discovered by archaeologists in 2016. Is the earliest documented example of what the excavators described as a massacre, the specific pattern of the injuries, and the specific demography of the victims, including pregnant women and young children, suggesting not the individual violence of a personal dispute, but the collective violence of a deliberate attack on a specific community. The specific debate about Nataruk, whether it represents the specific evidence for prehistoric warfare or the specific evidence for a single episode of lethal intergroup conflict that does not necessarily imply the institutionalized, organized, and recurring violence that the word war describes, mirrors the broader debate about the prehistory of war, whose resolution will depend on the continued recovery and the careful analysis of the physical evidence that the bones of the ancient dead preserve for those patient enough to read them. Fact 2. The first armies organizing violence. The transition from the raid, the small-scale, opportunistic, and relatively spontaneous attack by one group on another whose specific character, the sudden violence of the few against the few, reflects the organizational capacity of the band-level society in which most prehistoric human beings lived, to the army, the large, organized, hierarchically commanded force whose specific composition of the professional soldier, the specialized weapon, and the coordinated tactical formation reflects the organizational capacity of the state-level society, whose development is the primary precondition for the kind of organized mass violence that the word war most accurately describes, is the most consequential transition in the entire history of warfare. Its specific achievement of the multiplication of the destructive capacity of the individual fighter through the organization of the collective making possible the conquest of the great agricultural civilizations of the ancient Near East, and the specific form of the territorial empire, whose maintenance through the sustained threat and the periodic application of organized violence is the primary military achievement of the ancient world. The earliest documented armies are those of the Sumerian city-states of Mesopotamia, whose pictorial record in the Standard of Ur, the remarkable inlaid wooden box discovered in the royal cemetery at Ur, and dated to approximately 2600 BCE, whose war panel depicts a Sumerian army of infantry and war chariots advancing in formation against a defeated enemy. Provides the oldest surviving visual representation of an organized military force in human history. Its specific detail of the helmeted infantry advancing in a disciplined phalanx behind their overlapping shields, the war chariots trampling the enemy underfoot, and the naked prisoners being presented to the victorious king, encoding in its specific visual vocabulary the specific organizational and the specific social reality of the first armies. The Egyptian military of the Old and Middle Kingdom periods, the Akkadian Empire of Sargon of Akkad, whose campaigns in the 23rd century BCE created the first known military empire, and the Assyrian army of the first millennium BCE, whose specific combination of the iron weapon, the siege engine, and the deliberate terror of the mass deportation and the systematic destruction of conquered cities created the most feared military force of the ancient Near East. Each represent the successive elaborations of the organizational achievement that the standard of Ur's war panel recorded in its first known expression. The transformation of the individual fighter into the unit of the organized army, whose collective power exceeded the sum of its individual parts by the specific multiplier of the discipline, the command, and the shared tactical purpose. Facts 3. The chariot, the tank of the ancient world. The war chariot, the two-wheeled, horse-drawn vehicle, whose adoption by the military forces of the ancient Near East and the Eastern Mediterranean in the 2nd millennium BCE, transformed the character of ancient warfare as completely as the tank transformed the character of 20th century warfare. Its specific combination of the mobility, the elevated platform for the archer, and the psychological impact of the thundering approach creating a weapons system whose tactical advantages over the infantry forces of the period was sufficient to make it the primary instrument of military power across the entire Bronze Age world, was the most consequential single weapons innovation of the ancient world, and the one whose specific diffusion from its probable origins in the steppe cultures of the Eurasian interior to the civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Levant, Anatolia, and eventually China and India between approximately 2000 and 1500 BCE, was the first documented example in the history of warfare of the specific dynamic of the arms race, in which the adoption of a decisive new weapons technology by one power compels the competing powers to adopt the same technology or accept the military inferiority, whose consequences were existential in the specifically brutal context of the ancient, Near Eastern political system. The specific tactical role of the chariot in the great battles of the Bronze Age, the Battle of Megiddo in 1457 BCE, where Thutmose III's chariot force routed the Canaanite coalition. The Battle of Kadesh in approximately 1274 BCE, where the largest chariot engagement in ancient history pitted an estimated 5,000 Hittite chariots against the Egyptian forces of Ramesses II in an inconclusive engagement whose tactical complexity has fascinated military historians since its detailed records were discovered in the 19th century. And the great chariot battles of the Vedic tradition in India, whose echoes are preserved in the Mahabharata, established the chariot as the symbol of royal military power and the decisive arm of Bronze Age warfare in a way whose specific cultural resonance persisted long after the tactical revolution of the Iron Age infantry had made the chariot obsolete on the battlefield. The chariot's specific technical requirements, the lightweight construction that demanded the most skilled carpentry available, the specialized horse breeding whose product was the fast, strong chariot horse, whose qualities were as carefully monitored and as specifically valued as any military technology, and the specific training of the 2 or 3 man crew in the coordination of the driving and the shooting that the chariot's effective employment required, created the most demanding and the most expensive weapons system of the ancient world, its cost restricting its use to the military elite and making its possession the specific marker of the warrior aristocracy, whose social dominance in the Bronze Age world was inseparable from their monopoly on the most effective weapons technology available. Fact 4. Sun Tzu and the Philosophy of War. The Art of War, the 13-chapter treatise on military strategy, attributed to the Chinese general Sun Wu, known as Sun Tzu, and dated by most scholars to approximately the 5th century BCE, whose specific combination of the strategic principle, the tactical observation, and the philosophical framework creates the most influential work of military theory in the history of any civilization, and the one whose specific insights have been applied to military, commercial, diplomatic, and competitive contexts across 2.5 millennia in ways whose aggregate influence on the conduct of organized competition in every domain of human activity is incalculable, is not merely a manual of military tactics, but a philosophy of war whose foundational premise, that the supreme excellence in military affairs is to win without fighting. represents the most radical departure from the Western military tradition's emphasis on the decisive pitched battle in the entire history of strategic thought. The specific strategic principles of the art of war, the emphasis on intelligence as the foundation of all effective military action, the specific conviction that the commander who knows both themselves and the enemy need not fear the result of 100 battles, while the commander who knows neither will be defeated in every battle, the specific priority of the indirect approach over the direct confrontation, and the specific understanding of war as a domain of deception, in which every appearance the commander presents to the enemy is a potential instrument of the strategic manipulation, whose achievement obviates the need for the costly engagement, constitute a strategic philosophy of extraordinary coherence and extraordinary adaptability, whose specific insights the military tradition of China developed over 2 millennia of application in the specific political and military context of East Asian warfare, before their transmission to the Western strategic tradition in the 18th century, opened a new chapter in the global history of military thought. The art of war's specific observation that all warfare is based on deception, that the effective commander shows weakness when strong, activity when inactive, proximity when distant, and readiness when unprepared in a sustained program of strategic misdirection, whose purpose is the creation of the conditions in which the enemy's defeat is accomplished before the first blow is struck, is the most radical and the most consistently confirmed strategic principle in the entire history of organized military competition. Its specific validation in the great campaigns of every era of warfare, from the Mongol conquests to the German blitzkrieg to the American deception operations of the Second World War, confirming that the 5th century BCE Chinese generals' insight into the nature of war has not been improved upon by 2.5 millennia of subsequent strategic experience. Fact 5. The Greek phalanx, the first infantry revolution. The Greek hoplite phalanx, the formation of heavily armored infantry, whose adoption by the city-states of ancient Greece in the 7th century BCE created the most effective infantry fighting system the ancient world had yet produced, and whose specific requirements of the individual hoplite's armor, the aspie's shield whose specific large round form, was designed to protect not only the bearer, but the fighter to the left whose unshielded right side the neighbor's shield covered. And the specific discipline of maintaining the formation's integrity under the pressure of the enemy's advance transformed warfare in the Greek world, from the individual combat of the Homeric tradition to the collective, disciplined engagement of the citizen soldier, whose fighting effectiveness was entirely dependent on the specific solidarity of the formation, was the first and the most consequential of the several infantry revolutions that have periodically transformed the character of land warfare by creating a new system of close-order fighting, whose tactical advantages over the existing systems were sufficient to determine the outcome of the conflicts between the states that had adopted it and those that had not. The specific tactical logic of the phalanx, the 8 or more ranks of hoplites advancing at a steady pace, their shields overlapping in the continuous wall that the formation presented to the enemy, their spears extended over the shoulders of the front rank in a dense hedge of iron points whose collective impact at the moment of collision, the orthismos, the pushing, was the primary mechanism of the phalanx's destructive power, created a fighting system of considerable effectiveness against the chariot-based armies of the Near East and the lighter-armed infantry of the non-Greek world. Its specific combination of the shock of the initial collision and the sustained pushing of the mass engagement determining the outcome in a form of warfare that was simultaneously the most organized and the most physically brutal available to any ancient military system. The phalanx's specific social implications, the requirement for the hoplite to purchase and maintain the expensive bronze armor and the specific weapons of the formation, creating the specific class of the propertied citizen farmer whose investment in the military system was the foundation of their political claim to participate in the governance of the city-state, made the military revolution of the 7th century BCE inseparable from the political revolution of the same period. The specific connection between the obligation of military service and the right of political participation that the hoplites' equipment represented being the foundational principle of the specific form of Greek democracy whose military expression was the citizen army of the polis. Fact 6. Alexander the Great, the art of conquest. Alexander III of Macedon, born in 356 BCE, ascending to the throne of Macedon at the age of 20 following the assassination of his father Philip II, and embarking in 334 BCE on the campaign of conquest that would in 13 years carry the Macedonian army from the plains of Greece to the deserts of Central Asia and the plains of northwestern India, defeating every army placed against him, capturing every city that did not surrender voluntarily, and creating the largest empire the ancient world had yet seen before his death in Babylon in 323 BCE at the age of 32, was the most militarily gifted commander in the history of the ancient world, and the one whose specific combination of the tactical innovation, the personal courage, the strategic vision, and the specific capacity for the rapid operational decision, whose implementation left no time for the enemy to recover, created a style of warfare that no contemporary or subsequent ancient commander could consistently match. The specific military inheritance that Alexander received from his father Philip, the Macedonian army, whose modernization Philip had accomplished in the decade before Alexander's birth, creating through the specific combination of the improved infantry phalanx armed with the sarissa, the 18-foot pike, whose extended reach gave the Macedonian infantry a tactical advantage over the short-speared Greek hoplite. The reorganized cavalry, whose specific role as the shock arm of the combined arms system Philip developed, would become the primary instrument of Alexander's tactical genius, and the siege train of the most advanced engineering that the ancient world possessed, was the specific instrument whose qualities Alexander's tactical genius exploited to its maximum possible effect in the series of engagements. From the Granicus to Issus to Gorgamla to the Hydaspes, that constitutes the most unbroken record of tactical success in the history of ancient warfare. Alexander's specific tactical signature, the oblique advance of the Macedonian line that compressed the enemy's formation, while the companion cavalry, led personally by Alexander, struck the decisive blow at the specific point of vulnerability that the compressed enemy line exposed. The specific coordination between the infantry's holding action and the cavalry's breakthrough, creating the decisive rupture in the enemy formation, from which the envelopment and the pursuit completed the destruction, was the most sophisticated expression of the combined arms battle in the history of ancient warfare, and the specific tactical model that the military commanders of every subsequent age have studied as the paradigm of the offensive battle of annihilation. Fact 7. The Roman Legion, the machine that built an empire. The Roman legion, the military organization, whose specific combination of the tactical flexibility of the manipula, and subsequently the cohort formation, the engineering capability that allowed the Roman army to construct in a single day a fortified camp of standardized design wherever it halted for the night, the logistical system that sustained the army in the field across the enormous distances of the Roman campaigns, and the specific professional discipline whose maintenance through the most rigorous training, the most consistent supply, and the most systematic reward and punishment of any ancient army created the most consistently effective fighting force in the history of the ancient Mediterranean world, was the primary instrument of the Roman Empire's creation and the most consequential military organization of the ancient world. Its sustained operational effectiveness across 5 centuries of imperial warfare against the diverse military opponents of every climate and every terrain, that the empire's expansion brought it into contact with, demonstrating the specific advantages of the professional army over the citizen militia, whose replacement it represented in the Roman military tradition. The Manipular Legion of the Middle Republic, the 3-line formation of the Hastati, the Principes, and the Triara, whose specific tactical arrangement placed the youngest and the least experienced fighters in the front rank, the more experienced in the second, and the veterans with their long spears in the third, in a system of tactical depth that allowed the defeated front rank to withdraw through the intervals of the second and regroup while the second engaged, creating a fighting system of extraordinary tactical resilience that could absorb the initial impact of the enemy's charge and continue fighting through the successive engagement of its multiple lines, was the specific tactical innovation that allowed the Roman army to defeat the Macedonian phalanx in the series of engagements of the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE, whose outcome determined the political fate of the entire Eastern Mediterranean world. The cohort legion of the late Republic and the Empire, whose reorganization of the tactical unit from the maniple to the cohort created the more flexibly deployable formation that the increasingly diverse tactical challenges of the imperial frontier required, was the specific military organization that conquered Gaul, invaded Britain, crossed the Rhine and the Danube, and garrisoned the frontiers of the most extensive territorial empire in the history of the Western world, across 5 centuries of sustained military activity, whose aggregate achievement has no parallel in the history of any other ancient military institution. Fact 8. The Mongol war machine, speed, terror, and total war. The Mongol military system, the instrument of conquest that Genghis Khan assembled from the warrior traditions of the Mongolian steppe, and transformed through his specific organizational genius into the most destructive and the most geographically extensive military force in the history of warfare before the modern era, whose campaigns between 1206 and 1259 created an empire stretching from the Pacific coast of China to the borders of Poland and Hungary and killed, by the most careful demographic estimates, between 30 and 40 million people, approximately 10% of the world's population at the time, was not merely more powerful than the forces it defeated, but specifically different in the character of its warfare. Its specific combination of the extraordinary mobility of the all-cavalry army that could cover distances that the infantry-based armies of its opponents found physically impossible. The specific tactical sophistication of the feigned retreat and the encirclement whose execution required a level of discipline and a system of communication that no contemporary army possessed, and the deliberate and systematic use of terror as a strategic instrument, creating a style of war that the agricultural civilizations of the Eurasian continent were entirely unprepared to counter. The feigned retreat, the specific Mongol tactical maneuver in which a portion of the Mongol force would engage the enemy and then withdraw in apparent disorder, drawing the enemy cavalry in pursuit and leading them into the killing ground where the rest of the Mongol army waited in concealment. A maneuver whose specific execution required the extraordinary discipline of soldiers who could maintain the appearance of flight while actually executing a controlled withdrawal along a predetermined route, and whose specific effect, the destruction of the pursuing enemy cavalry in the encirclement that the concealed forces completed, was the primary mechanism of the Mongol tactical system's devastating effectiveness. Was the most consistently successful tactical deception in the history of cavalry warfare, and the specific maneuver, whose repetition across the campaigns from China to Hungary, demonstrated the extraordinary tactical education that Genghis Khan had given his commanders and the extraordinary discipline he had instilled in his soldiers. The deliberate use of terror, the specific Mongol policy of the complete destruction of cities that resisted, and the specific sparing of cities that surrendered without resistance. The policy whose communication to the enemy in advance of the Mongol army's arrival created the specific psychological pressure that made the decision to resist or to surrender the primary tactical decision of every besieged city commander, and whose consistent application created the specific reputation for invincibility and mercilessness that paralyzed the resistance of populations who might otherwise have fought, was the most sophisticated strategic use of organized terror as a primary instrument of military power in the history of warfare before the 20th century. Fact 9. The longbow technology changes everything. The English longbow, the approximately 6-foot weapon of yew wood whose specific combination of the power stroke generated by the archer's full body weight in the draw, producing a draw weight of 100 to 150 pounds, and the specific bodkin arrowhead whose hardened iron point was designed to defeat the mail and plate armor of the medieval knight at ranges up to 300 meters. Creating a ranged weapon of devastation effectiveness against the armored cavalry that had dominated European warfare since the collapse of the Roman legion, was the specific weapons technology whose employment at the battles of Crécy in 1346, Poitiers in 1356, and Agincourt in 1415 demonstrated with catastrophic finality for the armored mounted knight the specific vulnerability of the most prestigious and the most socially dominant military institution of medieval Europe to the massed arrow fire of the yeoman archer, whose longbow represented the most democratic weapons technology of the period, available to any English farmer willing to invest the years of daily training from childhood that the weapon's effective use required. The Battle of Agincourt, fought on October 25, 1415, between the outnumbered English army of Henry V, estimated at between 5,000 and 9,000 men, of whom the majority were longbowmen, and the French army estimated at between 12,000 and 36,000 men, whose composition reflected the specific social and tactical values of the French chivalric tradition. The heavily armored knights and men-at-arms, who constituted the elite of the French force, advancing on foot across a narrow, rain-soaked field whose churned mud reduced the pace of the advance to the specific slow shuffle that brought the French within the killing range of the English archers, without the speed required to break through the arrow storm, was the most complete demonstration in the history of medieval warfare of the specific tactical principle that the massed, disciplined application of the most effective ranged weapon available can defeat a numerically superior force of armored heavy cavalry. The specific combination of the terrain, the mud, the narrowness of the front, and the density of the English longbow fire creating the conditions for the destruction of a significant portion of the French military aristocracy in an afternoon's fighting that changed the course of the 100 Years' War and validated the specific strategic investment that the English crown had made in the training and the deployment of the longbow army. Fact 10. The history of war at 10. 10 facts into the history of war, and the story has revealed its fundamental character. the relentless escalation of the destructive capacity, the continuous search for the weapon or the tactic or the organization that confers the decisive advantage, and the specific human capacity to find, in every age and in every culture, new and more consequential ways to kill. We have followed the chariot from the steppe to the palace reliefs of the pharaohs, and understood that the arms race is as old as the organized state, that the moment one power achieves the decisive military advantage, the pressure on every competing power to match or surpass it begins immediately and does not end until the specific advantage has been neutralized or superseded by the next innovation. We have marched with Alexander's companion cavalry at the moment of the breakthrough charge, and felt the specific quality of the tactical genius that sees, in the confused and dangerous moment of the battle's crisis, the single point of the enemy's vulnerability, and acts on that perception with the speed and the decision that transforms the tactical opportunity into the decisive victory. We have stood with the English archers at Agincourt in the rain and mud, and understood that the most consequential revolutions in military history are not always the products of the most technologically sophisticated civilizations, but of the specific combination of the effective weapon, the disciplined training, and the tactical context that maximizes the weapon's specific advantages. 10 facts in. The story of war has barely begun. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 11. Gunpowder changes war, the end of the castle age. The introduction of gunpowder weapons into European warfare in the 14th and 15th centuries, the specific process through which the Chinese invention of gunpowder, transmitted westward through the Islamic world and into Europe by the 13th century, was developed by European military engineers into the cannon, the handgun, and eventually the musket, whose successive deployment against the stone castles, the armored knights, and the massed pike formations of the medieval military system, destroyed each in turn, was the most consequential single technological transformation in the history of Western warfare, and the one whose specific social and political consequences, the democratization of lethal military power, the obsolescence of the fortified castle as the primary instrument of territorial control, and the decisive advantage that the state's ability to manufacture and maintain artillery gave the centralized monarchy over the independent feudal lord, transformed not merely the character of warfare, but the character of the European political order, whose specific institutional development in the early modern period was driven in large part by the specific military revolution that gunpowder had made necessary and possible. The cannon's specific effect on the medieval castle, whose thick stone walls, designed to resist the battering ram and the catapult of the pre-gunpowder siege, proved catastrophically vulnerable to the concentrated fire of the artillery battery, whose iron balls struck the masonry at velocities that the stone could not absorb, producing the specific progressive structural failure that brought the wall down rather than merely damaging its surface. Was not immediately apparent in the first decades of cannon use, but became definitive at the Siege of Constantinople in 1453, where the Ottoman Sultan named II deployed a battery of massive bronze cannon, whose fire breached the walls of a city that had resisted every previous siege for 1,000 years, bringing down in a few weeks the defenses that the Byzantine Empire's medieval military technology had maintained for 11 centuries. The specific military and social consequence of the cannon's mastery over the castle, the rapid obsolescence of the private military fortification as a viable instrument of political independence for the great nobility, whose private fortresses had been the physical expression of their specific autonomy from the central authority of the monarchy, was the most consequential single political consequence of the gunpowder revolution. The specific inability of even the wealthiest noblemen to maintain a fortification, that the king's artillery could not reduce, transforming the specific balance of military power between the centralized state and the dispersed feudal nobility in a way that no political argument or constitutional settlement alone could have accomplished. Fact 12. The 30 Years' War, Europe's first total war. The 30 Years' War, the catastrophic conflict fought primarily on the territory of the Holy Roman Empire between 1618 and 1648, beginning as a religious war between the Catholic Habsburg dynasty and the Protestant princes of Germany, and gradually expanding into the general European conflict, in which the Catholic Kingdom of France allied with the Protestant powers against the Habsburg domination of the continent. Killing by the most careful modern estimates between a quarter and a third of the population of the German lands through the combined effects of combat, famine, and epidemic disease, and ending with the Peace of Westphalia, whose establishment of the principle of state sovereignty created the foundational framework of the modern international order. Was the most destructive conflict in European history before the 20th century, and the first war in the specifically modern sense of a conflict, in which the distinction between the combatant and the civilian, already tenuous in the medieval military tradition, was effectively abolished by the specific combination of the army's systematic plundering of the civilian population for food and supplies. The epidemic diseases that the armies carried with them through the civilian communities of the devastated German landscape, and the specific deliberate violence against civilians that the religious passions and the military desperation of the conflict's most extreme phases produced. The military system that the 30 Years' War both inherited and transformed, the pike and shot formation of the Spanish tercio, in which the massed pikemen whose weapons provided the shock and the defensive capability of the formation, was supplemented by the musketeers whose firepower provided the ranged killing capacity, creating the specific combined arms unit whose mutual dependence was the tactical foundation of the early modern infantry. It was revolutionized during the conflict by the Swedish King Gustav Adolf, whose specific military innovations of the lighter, more mobile musket that freed the musketeer from the heavy rest required by the earlier weapons, the thinner tactical formation that increased the proportion of musketeers whose firepower could be brought to bear simultaneously, and the specific operational integration of the infantry, cavalry, and artillery into a mutually supporting combined arms force, whose coordination in the assault created a tactical system of considerably greater offensive power than anything the previous generation had fielded, establishing the Swedish military reforms as the specific foundation of the modern European military tradition, whose subsequent development through the armies of Louis XIV, Frederick the Great, and Napoleon traced the direct institutional lineage from the battlefields of the 30 Years' War. Fact 13. The siege, the slow art of destruction. The siege, the military operation in which an attacking force surrounds a defended position, cuts its communications with the outside world, and either reduces it by direct assault, undermines its walls, starves its garrison into surrender, or simply waits for the psychological pressure of the isolation and the anticipated relief that does not come to produce the capitulation that the defenders eventually cannot avoid, is the oldest and the most technically demanding of the military operations available to any commander. Its specific combination of the engineering challenge of the approach works and the battery positions, the logistical challenge of sustaining the besieging army in the field for the months or years that the most determined defense could require, and the specific psychological contest between the besieger's patience and the besieged's, hope creating the specific character of the slow, grinding, and often decisive form of warfare that has determined the outcome of more strategic competitions than any number of pitched battles. The Roman siege of Masada, the fortress on the isolated plateau above the Dead Sea where the last defenders of the Jewish revolt against Rome, approximately 960 men, women, and children of the Sicarii faction, held out against the 10th Legion of Lucius Flavius Silva for approximately 2 years between 72 and 73 CE, before the Roman engineers completed the extraordinary ramp of earth and stone that brought the battering ram to the level of the fortress wall, the defenders choosing death by their own hands rather than surrender to the Roman force that the ramp's completion had made inevitable. Is the most dramatically compelling siege in the history of the ancient world, and the one whose specific combination of the engineering achievement of the Roman siege ramp, still visible today as the most impressive surviving work of Roman military engineering outside the Roman frontier fortifications, and the specific moral weight of the defender's final choice, described by the Jewish historian Josephus in the speech he attributes to the Sicarii leader Eleazar ben Yair, has made it the paradigmatic narrative of the resistance of the few against the overwhelming many, whose specific resonance in the Jewish historical imagination has given it a cultural significance that extends far beyond the specific military outcome of the Roman siege. Fact 14. Naval warfare, the battle for the sea. The development of naval warfare, the specific extension of the organized violence of the land battle to the maritime environment whose specific physical character, the absence of fixed defensive positions, the dependence on the wind and the current whose management required the specialized knowledge of the experienced mariner, and the specific vulnerability of the wooden ship to the ram, the fire, and the boarding party whose techniques each naval tradition developed in response to the specific tactical demands of the waters it controlled, created a parallel military tradition whose specific evolution from the oared galley of the ancient Mediterranean to the sail-powered warship of the age of exploration, to the steam-powered ironclad of the American Civil War, to the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the contemporary world, traces the most complete available history of the relationship between technological development and the specific character of the warfare it makes possible. The Battle of Salamis, fought in the narrow straits between the island of Salamis and the Attic mainland in September 480 BCE, in which the Greek fleet of approximately 370 triremes, commanded by the Athenian general Themistocles, defeated the Persian fleet of approximately 800 vessels in the most consequential naval engagement of the ancient world, was decided not by the numerical superiority of the Greeks, who were outnumbered, but by the specific tactical insight of Themistocles, who recognized that the narrow confines of the strait would negate the Persians' numerical advantage by preventing them from deploying their full fleet simultaneously, and who used the specific maneuverability of the trireme in the confined water to create the specific tactical conditions in which the disciplined Greek oarsmen's superior seamanship could overcome the weight of the Persian numbers. The specific deception by which Themistocles communicated to the Persian king Xerxes the false information that the Greeks were about to flee, inducing the Persians to enter the strait in the night, whose darkness prevented the ordered deployment that their numbers required, and that the confined water would in any case have frustrated, being the specific strategic manipulation that Sun Tzu would have recognized as the purest expression of the principle that all warfare is based on deception. Fact 15. The Crusades, War in the Name of God. The Crusades, the series of religiously motivated military expeditions, launched by the Latin Christian powers of Western Europe against the Muslim rulers of the Holy Land between 1096 and 1291 CE, and extended in subsequent usage to encompass the related campaigns against the pagan peoples of the Baltic, the Muslim rulers of the Iberian Peninsula, and the internal Christian enemies designated as heretics by the authority of the papacy, are simultaneously the most extensively studied and the most persistently misunderstood military campaigns of the medieval period, their specific character as the expression of the medieval Catholic world's most intense military religiosity, generating both the most heroic and the most atrocious acts in the entire military history of the period. The specific mixture of the genuine devotion and the specific brutality, whose combination produced the massacres of the Jewish communities of the Rhineland in the First Crusade's wake, and the slaughter of the civilian population of Jerusalem in 1099, constituting the most complete available expression of what organized religious conviction can do when it is combined with the specific license that the Holy War doctrine provides for the violence against those it designates as the enemies of God. The First Crusade, launched by Pope Urban II at the Council of Clermont in November 1095, marching across Anatolia in the specific combination of the religious exaltation and the military desperation that characterized every stage of the enterprise. Surviving the siege of Antioch through the specific combination of the providential discovery of the Holy Lance and the military effectiveness of the Norman and Frankish knights, whose tactical superiority over the Turkish cavalry created the specific advantages that sustained the crusade through its most difficult moments, and capturing Jerusalem in July 1099 in an assault whose immediate sequel. The massacre of the city's Muslim and Jewish inhabitants, whose blood, according to the eyewitness accounts, reached the horses' bridles in the Temple Mount enclosure, was simultaneously the most improbable military achievement of the medieval period and the most consequential act of organized religious violence in the history of the Western Christian tradition. Its specific combination of the miraculous success and the specific atrocity creating the ambivalent legacy whose moral weight the subsequent centuries of Christian-Muslim encounter have never fully discharged. Fact 16. The Ottoman war machine, the gunpowder empire. The Ottoman military system, the instrument of expansion that the Ottoman sultans developed from the 14th century onward into the most powerful and the most sophisticated military organization in the Islamic world, and the one whose specific combination of the professional standing army of the Janissaries, the most disciplined and the most effectively trained infantry force in the 15th and 16th century world. The early and sophisticated adoption of firearms, whose deployment in the artillery train that breached the walls of Constantinople in 1453, and the handguns that the Janissary infantry carried into battle, gave the Ottoman army the most advanced firepower of any contemporary military force. And the specific administrative and logistical system that sustained the Ottoman army on campaign across the enormous distances of the empire's military frontier created the specific military capability that made the Ottoman Empire the most feared military power in the world for more than 2 centuries. It was the primary instrument of the Ottoman Empire's creation and the specific reason for the specific anxiety that the Ottoman military advance across the Balkans and into Central Europe, generated in the Christian powers of the West, whose repeated failure to organize the effective collective response that the Ottoman threat demanded reflected both the specific political divisions of the European state system and the specific military effectiveness of the Ottoman force that no single European power could match in the field without the specific advantage of the defensive position or the specific favorable terrain. The Janissaries, the elite infantry corps recruited through the Devsham system from the Christian populations of the Balkans, converted to Islam, educated in the specific curriculum of the Ottoman palace schools, and trained from childhood in the specific military skills of the infantry soldier, in a preparation whose thoroughness and whose duration produced the most professionally capable infantry in the contemporary world, was simultaneously the most effective military instrument of the Ottoman state and its most dangerous internal threat, the specific combination of the institutional independence, the esprit de corps, and the specific political influence that their indispensability to the dynasty's military power gave them, eventually transforming the Janissaries from the Sultan's most reliable military asset into the most consequential internal constraint on the Ottoman state's capacity for military and administrative reform. Fact 17. Frederick the Great, the art of oblique attack. Frederick II of Prussia, known to history as Frederick the Great, the king who ruled Prussia from 1740 to 1786, and who transformed the small, resource-poor North German kingdom he inherited from his father into the most formidable military power in continental Europe, through the specific combination of the relentless drilling of the Prussian army to the highest standard of tactical precision available in the 18th century. The specific development of the oblique order of attack, whose deployment at the battles of Leuthen and Rossbach and Hohenfriedberg made him the most admired and the most studied commander of his age, and the specific personal courage and the specific personal energy whose expression in the repeated crises of the 7 Years' War, in which Prussia faced the simultaneous military pressure of Austria, France, Russia, and Sweden in the most dangerous strategic position any European power had occupied in the 18th century, sustained the Prussian military effort through the specific combination of the tactical success and the strategic endurance that eventually wore down the coalition's will to continue, was the most consequential military commander of the 18th century and the specific individual whose specific influence on the subsequent development of the Prussian military tradition created the institutional foundation of the German military system that would dominate European warfare from the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to the Second World War of 1939 to 1945. The oblique order of attack, the specific Frederican tactical innovation in which the Prussian line of battle was refused on one flank, while the other was reinforced and advanced at an accelerated pace. Striking the enemy's flank before the refused wing, engaged the enemy's front, and creating the specific envelopment whose destruction of the enemy's formation before the mass of the enemy could be brought to bear, was the primary mechanism of the Prussian tactical system's devastating effectiveness against the linear tactics of the Austrian and French armies, whose symmetrical deployments the oblique order was specifically designed to exploit. Was the most influential tactical innovation between the Macedonian companion cavalry's breakthrough charge and the German blitzkrieg's operational maneuver, its specific demonstration at Leuthen in December 1757, where Frederick's 33,000 Prussians outmaneuvered and destroyed an Austrian army of 65,000 in what Napoleon later described as a masterpiece of military art, establishing the oblique attack as the paradigmatic expression of the 18th century's most sophisticated tactical thinking. Fact 18. Napoleon, the Emperor of War. Napoleon Bonaparte, the Corsican-born artillery officer whose specific combination of the military genius, the political ruthlessness, and the extraordinary personal energy that sustained his campaigns from the Italian campaign of 1796 through the Waterloo campaign of 1815, made him the most consequential military commander since Alexander the Great and the one whose specific innovations in the operational art of war. The use of the corps system that allowed the French army to move on multiple axes simultaneously and concentrate on the battlefield faster than the enemy could respond. The specific emphasis on the decisive battle of annihilation rather than the maneuver-based warfare of attrition that characterized the 18th century's most sophisticated military thinking, and the specific exploitation of the levée en masse. The conscript army of the revolutionary nation in arms, whose numbers and whose motivation gave the French armies the specific operational energy that the professional armies of the ancient regime could not match, transformed the character of European warfare in ways whose consequences extended far beyond the specific campaigns of the Napoleonic Wars into the entire subsequent development of the modern military tradition. The specific operational method that Napoleon developed from his experience of the Italian campaign, the strategy of the central position in which the French army, advancing on a central axis between two separated enemy forces, used its superior speed of movement to defeat each in detail before they could concentrate against the French main body. The specific sequence of the fixing of one enemy force, while the concentrated French power fell on the other, being the operational logic that produced the remarkable victories of the Austerlitz campaign, the Jena-Auerstedt campaign, and the opening phase of the 1809 campaign against Austria, was the most sophisticated expression of the principle of mass and economy of force in the entire history of operational warfare. Its specific combination of the intelligence, the speed, and the decisive concentration, creating the conditions for the envelopment and the destruction of the enemy force that was Napoleon's consistent strategic objective, and whose achievement produced the specific series of shattering victories that made him the master of continental Europe for a decade. Fact 19. The American Civil War, the first modern war. The American Civil War, fought between the Union and the Confederate States of America from April 1861 to April 1865, killing approximately 620,000 soldiers in the deadliest conflict in American history, and producing the specific transformation of the character of warfare that led the military historians of the subsequent generation to identify it as the first modern war in the specific sense of the first major conflict in which the specific combination of the railroad's operational mobility, the telegraph's tactical and strategic communication, the rifled musket's lethal range, and the industrial mobilization of the entire civilian economy for the specific production of the weapons, the supplies, and the equipment that the mass armies of the conflict required created the specific conditions of the industrial era warfare, whose full expression would not be reached until the trench systems of the Western Front in the First World War was simultaneously the last of the Napoleonic Wars. Fought by commanders trained in the tactical and operational methods of the Napoleonic tradition, whose specific application to the specific conditions of the American military landscape produced the catastrophic frontal assaults, whose specific failure against the defensive firepower of the rifled musket, capable of accurate fire at 4 times the range of the smoothbore that the Napoleonic tactics had been developed to counter, created the specific tactical problem of the offensive stalemate that neither side's commanders fully solved before the war's end. The specific innovation of General Ulysses Grant's operational approach in the Western theater, the specific recognition that the Confederate armies rather than the Confederate cities were the primary strategic objective, that the destruction of the Confederate military's capacity to resist was the condition of the Union's political objective, and that the specific application of the Union's overwhelming material superiority in the sustained offensive campaign, whose relentless pressure denied the Confederate army the time and the space to recover between engagements, was the specific method by which the Union's advantages could be translated into strategic decision, was the most consequential operational insight of the American Civil War, and the specific intellectual contribution that Grant brought to the Union cause. His specific understanding of the war of attrition, whose logic the Union's industrial and demographic advantages made the most reliable path to victory, anticipating by 50 years the strategic logic of the First World War's Western Front. Fact 20. The history of war at 20. 20 facts into the history of war, and the story has traveled from the Neolithic massacre to the industrial slaughter. From the chariot to the rifled musket, from Alexander's companion cavalry to Napoleon's corps system, and in each transition we have seen the same fundamental dynamic. The specific weapons technology or the specific organizational innovation that creates the decisive advantage, the specific social and political transformation that the military revolution produces in the civilization that undergoes it, and the specific human cost, always counted in the specific bodies of the specific dead, of the continuous effort to make the organized killing of other human beings more efficient. We have marched with the Roman legions in their fortified camps across the geography of half the world, and understood that the most consequential military organization of the ancient world was successful not because of the individual courage of its soldiers, though that was often remarkable, but because of the specific organizational system that made their collective effort more effective than any individual valor could achieve alone. We have watched the Ottoman janissaries drill in their barracks, and understood that the professional soldier, whose entire life is organized around the preparation for and the execution of warfare, is a specific institutional creation, whose specific capabilities cannot be improvised in the crisis, whose approach has been ignored until it becomes unavoidable. We have stood with Grant in the wilderness and felt the specific weight of the operational decision, the decision not to withdraw after the tactical defeat, but to advance, to turn south toward Richmond rather than north toward Washington, to insist on the relentlessness of the pressure that the Confederate Army's specific exhaustion would eventually make decisive. 80 facts remain. The story moves deeper into the darkness of the human capacity for organized violence. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 21. The Maxim gun, when firepower became massacre. The Maxim gun, the first fully automatic machine gun, invented by the American-born British engineer Hiram Maxim in 1884, whose specific mechanism of using the recoil energy of each fired cartridge to eject the spent case, chamber a new round, and fire again in a continuous cycle as long as the trigger was depressed, and the ammunition belt was fed into the weapon, produced a sustained rate of fire of approximately 600 rounds per minute. Creating a single weapon operated by a crew of 2 or 3 men, capable of delivering the defensive firepower of an entire infantry company, in a sustained, accurate, and mechanically reliable stream of bullets that no infantry formation of the period could advance across open ground against and survive in anything like the numbers it began the advance with, was the most consequential single weapons innovation of the late 19th century, and the one whose specific deployment by the colonial armies of the European powers against the indigenous armies of Africa and Asia produced the specific asymmetry of the colonial battlefield, in which the technological superiority of the industrialized state translated directly and immediately into the military superiority that made the European colonial project of the late 19th century both possible and catastrophically one-sided. The specific expression of the Maxim gun's colonial asymmetry that entered the popular consciousness was the Battle of Omdurman in September 1898, where the Anglo-Egyptian force of approximately 20,000 men commanded by General Herbert Kitchener, equipped with Maxim guns, modern artillery and magazine rifles, defeated the Mahdist Sudanese army of approximately 52,000 warriors in a battle lasting approximately 5 hours, killing approximately 10,000 Mahdists while suffering fewer than 50 killed in return, a casualty ratio whose specific magnitude has no parallel in any previous engagement between forces of comparable size in the history of warfare, and whose specific mechanism, the sustained machine gunfire that swept the advancing Mahdist formations from the desert plain before they could close to the range at which their own weapons were effective, was the most complete available demonstration of the specific military consequence of the Industrial Revolution's application to the technology of killing. The young British officer Winston Churchill, who participated in the battle as a cavalry lieutenant, and whose account of the engagement in the River War published in 1899, described the specific horror of the machine gun's effect on the advancing Mahdist warriors with a clarity and a moral ambivalence that anticipated the specific reckoning with the technology of industrialized killing that the subsequent generation would be compelled to undertake on the Western Front of the First World War. Was witnessing in the dust of the Sudan battlefield the specific future of warfare that the Maxim gun had made inevitable. Fact 22. The Russo-Japanese War, the wake-up call the West ignored. The Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905, the conflict between the Russian Empire and the Empire of Japan over the competing imperial ambitions in Manchuria and Korea, that began with the Japanese surprise attack on the Russian naval squadron at Port Arthur on the night of February 8, 1904, and ended with the Treaty of Portsmouth in September 1905, whose terms, the Japanese retention of Port Arthur and the southern half of Sakhalin Island, and the Russian withdrawal from Manchuria, represented the first defeat of a major European power by a non-European state in the modern era, and the specific demonstration of the Japanese Empire's arrival as a great power in the international system. Was simultaneously the first major war of the 20th century, and the most complete available preview of the specific character of the warfare that the First World War would bring to Europe a decade later. The specific combination of the magazine rifle, the machine gun, the quick-firing artillery, the barbed wire, the field fortification, and the frontal assault of the infantry against the defended position that characterized the great land battles of the war, producing the specific tactical stalemate, the enormous casualties, and the specific moral horror of the assault on the prepared position that the European military observers who attended the campaign reported in detail to their respective governments, and that the European general staffs proceeded, with a consistency that the subsequent events rendered catastrophic, to ignore. The siege of Port Arthur, the 11-month investment of the Russian-held fortress, whose specific combination of the elaborate field fortifications, the machine gun emplacements, the barbed wire entanglements, and the searchlights that turned the night assaults of the Japanese infantry into slaughters whose specific casualty rates, the Japanese suffering approximately 60,000 killed and wounded in the siege operations, anticipated the specific cost of the assaults on the Western Front's prepared positions with a precision that should have made the European military observers' subsequent planning for a war of movement on the European continent recognizable as the specific catastrophic miscalculation it was. was the most complete available demonstration before 1914 of the specific defensive power of the modern military position that no attacker could overcome without the specific combination of the artillery preparation, the tactical innovation, and the material superiority that the European armies of 1914 did not yet possess. Fact 23. The trenches, hell on the Western Front. The Western Front of the First World War, the continuous line of opposing trenches extending approximately 700 kilometers from the North Sea coast of Belgium to the Swiss frontier, established in the autumn of 1914, when the war of movement that both sides had planned and expected failed to produce the decisive victory that the pre-war strategic thinking required. And maintained with relatively minor variation for the subsequent 4 years of the war in the specific deadlock, whose resolution required the development of the specific tactical and technological innovations: the tank, the artillery-infantry coordination, the creeping barrage, the infiltration tactics, that the final campaigns of 1918 employed to break the stalemate that the first campaigns of 1914 had created. It was the most consequential military geography in the history of warfare. Its specific combination of the trench, the machine gun, the barbed wire, and the artillery creating a defensive system of such devastating effectiveness against the infantry assault that the offensive operations of the entire war produced, in the aggregate, a casualty ratio between attacker and defender that represented the most complete reversal of the historical advantage of the offensive available in the entire military record. The Battle of the Somme, launched on July 1, 1916, by the British Fourth Army along a 20-kilometre front in the chalk downs of Picardy, as the primary British contribution to the joint Allied offensive, whose coordination with the French offensive at Verdun was intended to relieve the pressure on the French army, which had been absorbing the German assault at Verdun since February. Produced on its first day the most catastrophic single day's casualties in the entire history of the British Army. Approximately 57,470 British soldiers killed, wounded, or missing in the specific hours of the assault, whose failure was caused by the specific combination of the artillery preparation, whose duration had warned the German garrison to take shelter in the deep dugouts from which they emerged to man the machine guns as the British infantry advanced at a walking pace across the 500-metre no-man's land between the opposing trench lines. The specific failure of the artillery to cut the barbed wire through which the advancing infantry had to pass, creating the specific channels of movement that the German machine gunners had anticipated and into which the British attackers were funneled in the specific killing grounds that the day's casualty lists represented. The Somme continued for 4.5 months, killing approximately 420,000 British, 200,000 French, and 500,000 German soldiers, and advancing the Allied line approximately 12 kilometers at its deepest point. Fact 24. Verdun, the meat grinder. The Battle of Verdun, the German offensive launched against the French fortress complex of Verdun in the Meuse Valley on February 21, 1916, under the operational concept devised by the German Chief of Staff Erich von Falkenhayn, whose specific logic was not the capture of Verdun, but the deliberate attrition of the French army in a battle of such intensity and such symbolic importance to French national honor that France would be compelled to feed its reserves into the fighting until the army's capacity to resist was exhausted. A concept that Falkenhayn described in the memorandum he wrote to Kaiser Wilhelm II in December 1915 as the intention to bleed France white, creating in the process the specific type of battle whose purpose was not the achievement of a military objective in the conventional sense, but the destruction of the enemy's human reserves in the most cost-effective available killing ground, was simultaneously the most deliberately murderous battle in the history of the First World War, and the one whose specific combination of the symbolic significance of the Verdun fortress complex, the specific geography of the chalk ridges and the ravines, and the fortifications that channeled the fighting into the most concentrated killing ground of the entire war, and the specific mutual commitment of the French and German high commands to the battle's continuation regardless of the cost, created the longest sustained single engagement in the history of modern warfare. Lasting approximately 9 months from February to December 1916, and killing approximately 700,000 French and German soldiers in the specific approximately 10-kilometer square of ground on which the battle's most intense fighting was concentrated. The specific landscape of Verdun, the specific terrain of the Mortholm Ridge and the Hill 304 and the Bois d'Escauras, and the Fort Douaumont and the Fort Vaux, whose names became synonymous in the French military memory with the specific extremity of the human endurance that the battle required of the soldiers who fought there. The specific quality of the contested ground, whose surface was so completely destroyed by the accumulated artillery fire of 9 months of intensive bombardment that the specific geography of the pre-war landscape was literally unrecognizable in the post-war photographs. Became the specific symbol in the French national memory of the particular horror of the industrial war, whose machinery of killing had created in the most ordinary agricultural terrain of northeastern France the specific landscape of destruction that required the invention of new words to describe. Fact 25. The tank breaking the stalemate. The tank, the armoured, tracked and armed vehicle, whose development by the British military in 1915 and 1916, in response to the specific tactical problem of the Western Front's trench stalemate, the requirement for a vehicle capable of crossing the broken ground of no man's land, crushing the barbed wire, and providing the infantry with the specific mobile protection against machine gun fire that would allow them to reach and overwhelm the German frontline positions, was accomplished with a speed and a secrecy that produced in the Mark I tank's first combat deployment at the Battle of Flers-Courcelette on September 15, 1916, the specific element of surprise whose psychological effect on the German infantry, who encountered the lumbering, fire-spitting vehicles for the first time, was more immediately significant than the modest tactical gains the 49 tanks committed to the action actually achieved. Was the most consequential single weapons innovation of the First World War and the one whose subsequent development, in the interwar period, into the fast, well-armoured, and radio-equipped vehicle of the blitzkrieg, created the specific instrument of the German military revolution of 1939 and 1940, whose operational exploitation transformed the static attrition of the First World War into the war of rapid maneuver that the German Wehrmacht campaigns in Poland, France, and the Soviet Union represented. The specific intellectual revolution required to develop the tank from the slow, mechanical infantry support weapon of the Western Front into the operational instrument of the blitzkrieg was accomplished primarily by the British theorists J.F.C. Fuller and Basil Liddell Hart and the German General Heinz Guderian, whose specific synthesis of the Fuller-Liddell Hart theoretical framework with the specific operational concept of the deep penetration attack that used the tank's speed and its radio communications to exploit the breakthrough before the defender could organize the reserves whose commitment the exploitation required, creating the specific operational theory of armored warfare that the German army implemented in 1939 and 1940 against opponents whose own armored forces were in many respects technically equivalent, but whose operational thinking had not made the specific leap that the German system demanded. Fact 26. Blitzkrieg speed as a weapon. Blitzkrieg, the German operational concept of the Lightning War, whose execution in the campaign against France and the Low Countries in May and June 1940, produced the most rapid and the most complete military victory achieved by any modern state against a major power in the history of industrial-era warfare, the defeat and the occupation of France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg in 46 days against an Allied force that was in aggregate terms approximately equal to the German in the total number of divisions, and actually superior in the quantity and the quality of its armour, was not, as the popular understanding of the term suggests, a single unified doctrine developed by the German General Staff in the interwar period, but rather the specific operational method that emerged from the combination of the specific training emphasis on initiative, speed and the exploitation of the opportunity, the specific weapons mix of the fast tank, the dive bomber, the motorized infantry, and the radio communications network whose integration created the specific combined arms system, whose tempo of operation exceeded the Allied command system's capacity to respond, and the specific operational plan devised by General Erich von Manstein for the 1940 campaign whose audacity, the main effort through the Ardennes rather than through Belgium, whose forest terrain the French General Staff had assessed as impassable to large armoured formations, allowing the German armoured spearhead to emerge onto the open terrain of the Meuse Valley and drive to the English Channel behind the main Allied force that had advanced into Belgium, was the specific strategic insight whose exploitation by the German panzer divisions created the specific conditions for the operational envelopment that trapped the British Expeditionary Force and the best French armies against the English Channel. The specific psychological dimension of the Blitzkrieg's effectiveness, the specific shock of the unexpected direction of the attack, the specific speed of the penetration, whose rate of advance outpaced the Allied command system's ability to assess the situation and issue coherent orders, and the specific demoralization of the defending forces whose flanks were suddenly and irreversibly compromised by the breakthrough before the main Allied line had been engaged, was as important as any specific weapons system in the campaign's outcome, the specific tempo of the German operation, creating the specific paralysis in the Allied high command that no amount of material strength could overcome once the specific operational logic of the encirclement had been set in motion. Fact 27. Stalingrad, the turning point. The Battle of Stalingrad, the 5-month engagement fought between the German Sixth Army under Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus and the Soviet forces defending the city on the Volga between August 1942 and February 1943, culminating in the encirclement of the German Sixth Army by the Soviet Operation Uranus of November 1942 and the surrender of the remaining 91,000 German soldiers, including 24 generals and Field Marshal Paulus himself, on February 2, 1943, in the most consequential single military defeat suffered by the German armed forces in the entire Second World War, and the specific event whose psychological and operational significance, the specific destruction of an entire German field army for the first time in the war, the specific demonstration that the Wehrmacht was not invincible, and the specific shift in the strategic initiative on the Eastern Front from Germany to the Soviet Union that the battle's outcome accomplished, made it the turning point of the most destructive war in human history, was fought in conditions of a specific urban combat intensity that had no precedent in the history of modern warfare, the specific character of the fighting in Stalingrad's factory districts, in its apartments and in its sewers, and across its rubble-strewn streets, in which the opposing forces were sometimes separated by no more than a single wall or a single floor, creating the specific tactical environment in which the German army's specific advantage in the open terrain maneuver warfare was entirely negated, and in which the specific qualities of the Soviet soldier, the specific stubbornness of the defense, the specific willingness to absorb casualties at a rate that no German army commander could have asked of his own soldiers, and the specific tactical improvisation of the close-quarters urban fighter were maximized. General Vasily Chuikov's specific tactical doctrine for the defense of the city, the specific instruction to his soldiers to hug the Germans, to maintain such close proximity to the enemy that the Luftwaffe's bombs and the German artillery's shells could not be employed against the Soviet positions without killing the German soldiers intermingled with them, creating the specific tactical environment that the Soviet soldiers called the Stalingrad Embrace, was simultaneously the most desperate and the most militarily creative response to the specific tactical situation of the city's defenders. Its specific genius, the recognition that the specific geographic constraint of the urban terrain could be weaponized against the attacker, whose superiority in the open terrain dimension of the war could be nullified in the specific conditions that Chuikov's doctrine created. Fact 28. The Holocaust, war's ultimate crime. The Holocaust, the systematic murder of 6 million Jewish men, women, and children, and approximately 5 to 6 million others, including Roma, disabled people, Soviet prisoners of war, political prisoners, and homosexuals, by the Nazi regime of Germany and its collaborators between 1941 and 1945. Accomplished through the specific combination of the mobile killing units of the Einsatzgruppen, whose mass shootings of the Jewish communities of the occupied Soviet Union killed approximately 1.5 million people in 1941 and 1942, and the industrial extermination camps of Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzec, Chelmno, and Majdanek, whose gas chambers and crematoria were constructed for the specific purpose of killing the maximum number of people in the minimum time with the minimum expenditure of resources, was the most comprehensively documented act of genocide in the history of the world, and the specific event, whose occurrence within the context of the Second World War created the most consequential moral reckoning with the specific capacity of the modern state to organize mass murder that any civilization has been compelled to undertake. The specific relationship between the Holocaust and the war, the specific way in which the military and industrial apparatus of the Second World War provided both the cover and the specific material means for the implementation of the final solution. The transportation network whose locomotives carried the deportees from across occupied Europe to the death camps. The chemical industry whose Zyklon B pellets were the specific murder weapon of the gas chambers. And the specific bureaucratic rationality of the industrial state whose application to the organization of mass murder produced the specific efficiency that the Wannsee Conference of January 1942 planned and the subsequent 18 months of killing implemented, is the most consequential and the most morally devastating dimension of the Holocaust's specific historical character. Its specific demonstration that the most technologically advanced civilization in the history of Europe was capable of deploying its specific technical capacities in the service of the most systematic program of organized murder in human history, creating the specific moral question about the relationship between civilization and barbarism that the subsequent history of the 20th century has never fully answered. Fact 29. Hiroshima, when war changed forever. The atomic bombing of Hiroshima, the detonation of the uranium gun-type fission bomb Little Boy, at an altitude of approximately 580 meters above the city of Hiroshima on the morning of August 6, 1945, by the American B-29 bomber Enola Gay, killing between 70,000 and 80,000 people in the initial blast and firestorm, and an estimated 90,000 to 140,000 people by the end of 1945 from the combined effects of the blast, the heat, the radiation, and the collapse of the city's medical infrastructure under the specific weight of the casualties whose treatment exceeded the capacity of every surviving physician and nurse in the city. It was not merely the most destructive single act of warfare in human history, but the specific event that changed the fundamental character of the relationship between military force and political purpose that had defined the history of warfare since the first armies of the ancient Near East. Its specific demonstration that a single weapon could destroy an entire city in a single instant, creating the specific condition of the nuclear age, in which the logic of deterrence replaced the logic of war fighting as the primary framework within which the military competition between the great powers was conducted. The specific decision to use the atomic bomb against Japan, made by President Harry Truman and his advisors in the specific context of the anticipated cost of the invasion of the Japanese home islands, whose planning estimated American casualties of between 250,000 and 1 million, and Japanese casualties of several million in the specific months of the amphibious assault and the subsequent campaign across Kyushu and Honshu. Specific comparison between the projected cost of the invasion and the projected cost of the bombing, whose outcome would be the Japanese surrender without the invasion creating the specific utilitarian calculation, whose moral weight the subsequent decades of debate have not resolved, was the most consequential single military decision of the Second World War and the one whose legacy, the specific arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union that the atomic bombing initiated, shaped the entire subsequent history of the Cold War in the specific way that no other single decision of the conflict approached. Fact 30. The history of war at 30. 30 facts into the history of war, and the story has traveled from the bronze chariot to the atomic bomb, from the disciplined advance of the Greek phalanx to the specific chaos of the Stalingrad sewers, from the chivalric lance of the crusading knight to the gas chambers of Auschwitz-Birkenau. We have stood at the Somme on July 1, 1916, and watched 57,000 British soldiers become casualties in a single day, and understood that the specific failure of the pre-war military planning was not a failure of courage or of patriotism, but a failure of imagination. The specific inability of the commanders who planned the assault to fully grasp the specific implication of the machine gun and the barbed wire, and the deep dugout for the specific tactical problem of the infantry attack across open ground. We have watched the German panzers emerge from the Ardennes forest onto the open plain of the Meuse Valley, and understood that the most consequential military revolutions are not always the product of the most powerful armies, but of the most creative operational thinking, whose exploitation of the specific gap between the enemy's expectation and the enemy's reality creates the specific conditions for the decisive victory. We have stood before the ruins of Hiroshima and understood that the history of war reached, on August 6, 1945, a specific threshold beyond which the further development of the technology of organized killing created not the specific advantage for the more powerful state, but the specific condition of mutual assured destruction, in which the further escalation of the violence became the specific instrument of every state's annihilation, rather than any state's survival. 70 facts remain. The story of war is not over. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 31. The Cold War, war without fighting. The Cold War, the sustained geopolitical confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union that defined the international order from approximately 1947 to 1991, in which the two superpowers competed for global influence through the specific instruments of the proxy war, the nuclear deterrent, the intelligence operation, the economic competition, and the ideological contest without ever engaging in the direct military conflict, whose specific consequence, in the age of nuclear weapons, both sides recognized as the mutual annihilation that the doctrine of mutual assured destruction, articulated as the foundational logic of the nuclear standoff, was simultaneously the most dangerous and the most paradoxically stable period in the history of the great power competition. Its specific combination of the unprecedented destructive capacity of the nuclear arsenals, whose deployment against the other side would have ended both civilizations, and the specific rationality of the deterrent logic, that made the use of those arsenals irrational for any state whose political objectives extended beyond its own destruction, creating the specific equilibrium of the nuclear peace, whose maintenance required the most sustained, the most sophisticated, and the most expensive program of military competition in the history of any civilization. The specific danger of the Cold War's nuclear confrontation reached its most acute expression in the Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1962, when the Soviet deployment of medium and intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba, capable of striking the major cities of the eastern United States with nuclear warheads in less than 3 minutes, and the American naval blockade imposed by President Kennedy to prevent the delivery of additional missiles, created the 13-day crisis, whose resolution required the specific combination of the back-channel diplomacy, the mutual recognition of the catastrophic stakes of the confrontation, and the specific personal quality of the two leaders' judgment that prevented the specific miscalculation or the specific accident that the scale and the speed of the nuclear forces on alert throughout the crisis made the most plausible mechanism of the catastrophe that both sides were simultaneously threatening and desperately trying to avoid. The specific lesson of the Cuban Missile Crisis, that the nuclear deterrent stability depended on the specific rationality of the decision-makers, whose judgment would be required in the specific crisis conditions of the most extreme pressure and the most compressed time available for the most consequential decision any human being had ever been asked to make, was the most important strategic insight of the entire Cold War period, and the one whose incorporation into the specific arms control agreements, the specific hotline communications between Washington and Moscow, and the specific doctrines of crisis management that the two superpowers developed in the crisis's aftermath created the institutional foundation of the nuclear peace that survived the subsequent decades of the Cold War. Facts 32. Guerrilla war, the strategy of the weak. Guerrilla warfare, the specific military strategy in which the weaker party took conflict, unable to confront the stronger in the conventional military engagement, that the stronger's superiority in firepower, organization, and material resources would make decisively in its favor, instead employs the specific combination of the hit-and-run attack, the ambush, the sabotage, and the deliberate avoidance of the set-piece engagement in a sustained campaign of attrition, whose specific objective is not the military defeat of the stronger force in the conventional sense, but the erosion of the stronger's will to continue the conflict through the specific accumulation of the cost in lives, in resources, and in the political legitimacy that the continuing failure to achieve a decisive military victory against an apparently weaker opponent imposes on the power that the conventional military calculus predicts should win, is the oldest and the most consistently underestimated military strategy in the entire history of warfare. Its specific effectiveness against the stronger conventional military force, documented in conflicts from the guerrilla resistance of the Iberian Peninsula against Napoleon's armies, whose specific combination of the French army's inability to pin down and destroy the irregular Spanish and Portuguese forces, and the specific cost in lives and resources that the sustained guerrilla campaign imposed on the French occupation, creating the specific drain on the French military resources that Wellington's simultaneous conventional campaign exploited to produce the eventual French defeat. To the American experience in Vietnam, whose specific parallel with every previous counterinsurgency failure in the modern military, record the military and political leadership of the United States declined to study with the seriousness that the historical evidence warranted. Mao Zedong's specific theoretical contribution to the understanding of guerrilla warfare, the three-phase model of the People's War in which the guerrilla movement progressed from the initial phase of the strategic defensive, in which the movement built its base areas and its popular support while avoiding the decisive engagement with the superior conventional force, through the phase of strategic equilibrium, in which the movement was strong enough to contest the government's control of specific territories, to the phase of the strategic offensive, in which the regular forces that the guerrilla movement had developed could defeat the conventional military force in the open battle, was the most systematic and the most influential theoretical treatment of the subject since Sun Tzu and the specific intellectual framework within which the revolutionary movements of the post-Second World War period, from the Chinese Communist Party to the Viet Minh to the Cuban revolutionaries, organized their specific military strategies. Facts 33. Air power, the third dimension of war. The development of military aviation, whose specific trajectory from the Wright brothers' first powered flight at Kitty Hawk on December 17, 1903, to the nuclear-armed intercontinental ballistic missile supersession of the strategic bomber, as the primary instrument of the nuclear strike in the 1960s encompassed barely 6 decades of development, in which the airplane's specific application to the military purposes of reconnaissance, close air support, interdiction, and strategic bombardment transformed the character of warfare as completely as the gunpowder revolution had transformed it 5 centuries earlier, was the most rapid and the most consequential technological development in the entire history of warfare. Its specific compression of the transition from the observation balloon of the First World War to the hydrogen bomb-carrying B-52 of the Cold War into the single professional lifetime of the aviators, who began their careers in the biplanes of the Western Front and ended them in the jet-powered strategic bombers of the nuclear age, creating the most extreme discontinuity in the experience of any military profession in the entire history of organized violence. Strategic bombing campaign of the Second World War, the sustained effort by the British Royal Air Force's Bomber Command and the American 8th Air Force to destroy Germany's industrial capacity and civilian morale through the systematic bombardment of German cities and factories between 1940 and 1945, killing approximately 600,000 German civilians and destroying large portions of every major German city in a campaign whose specific moral controversy. The deliberate targeting of civilian populations in the specific expectation that the destruction of civilian morale would produce the political pressure for surrender that the bombing of industrial targets alone could not generate, was recognized by some of its architects and most of its critics as a specific violation of the principle of civilian immunity that the laws of war were constructed to protect. Was the most destructive strategic air campaign in the history of warfare, and the one whose specific failure to achieve its primary objective, the collapse of German civilian morale, while achieving the secondary objective of the progressive destruction of the German war economy's productive capacity, generated the most sustained debate in the history of military ethics about the specific relationship between the military effectiveness of the strategic bombing campaign and the moral cost of the specific methods whose employment it required. Fact 34, D-Day, the largest amphibious operation in history. Operation Overlord, the Allied amphibious invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944, whose planning, whose logistical preparation, and whose execution constituted the most complex and the most consequential single military operation of the Second World War, and the most extensive amphibious assault in the entire history of warfare, involving approximately 156,000 Allied soldiers, landed on 5 beaches along a 50-mile stretch of the Normandy coast in the first 24 hours of the operation. Supported by approximately 11,000 aircraft that flew more than 14,000 sorties in the first day, and approximately 6,939 naval vessels that carried the assault forces across the English Channel from the embarkation ports of southern England, was the culminating expression of the Allied strategic planning for the defeat of Germany and the specific military operation, whose success was the necessary condition of the liberation of Western Europe from the German occupation that had been in place since 1940. The specific deception operation, whose success was the primary condition of Operation Overlord's success, Operation Bodyguard, and particularly its most consequential component, Operation Fortitude, which used the specific combination of the double agents, whose reports to German intelligence described the fictitious 1st United States Army Group under the command of General Patton as the main assault force preparing to land at the Pas-de-Calais rather than in Normandy. The specific radio traffic whose volume and whose content supported the existence of the fictitious army group, and the physical deception of the inflatable tanks and the false landing craft that populated the assembly areas of southeastern England, succeeded beyond the most optimistic expectations of its planners. The German High Command's specific conviction that the Normandy landings were a feint preceding the main assault at the Pas-de-Calais, maintaining the specific commitment of the German Panzer Reserve to the Calais front for the critical weeks after the Normandy landings, during which the specific availability of those armored forces might have driven the Allied force back into the sea. The American assault on Omaha Beach, where the specific combination of the navigation errors that carried the assault craft away from their designated landing zones, the ineffectiveness of the preliminary naval and air bombardment against the German defensive positions on the bluffs overlooking the beach, and the specific strength of the German 352nd Infantry Division, whose presence on the beach had not been confirmed by Allied intelligence, created the conditions for the deadliest assault of the entire Normandy operation. Approximately 2,000 American casualties in the first hours of the landing, is the most extensively studied and the most powerfully commemorated of the 5 D-Day beach assaults. Its specific combination of the catastrophic initial conditions and the specific human quality of the individual soldiers who, despite the chaos and the casualties, found their way off the beach and up the bluffs to defeat the German defensive positions, representing the most complete available expression of the specific courage that the amphibious assault against prepared defenses demands of the men who undertake it. Facts 35. The Korean War, the forgotten conflict. The Korean War, the conflict between the United States-led United Nations forces and the North Korean, and subsequently the Chinese Communist forces, that began with the North Korean invasion of South Korea on June 25, 1950, and ended with the Armistice Agreement of July 27, 1953, that restored approximately the pre-war boundary at the 38th parallel, in a settlement that resolved none of the fundamental political questions, whose specific irresolution has maintained the Korean peninsula in a state of suspended armistice rather than formal peace for more than 7 decades, is the most extensively fought and the most consistently neglected major conflict of the 20th century. Its specific combination of the savage conventional warfare of the early phases, the dramatic reversal of the Chinese intervention in November 1950 that transformed an apparently victorious UN advance toward the Chinese border into the longest American retreat in the history of the United States Army, and the specific grinding attrition of the final 2 years of the armistice negotiations, in which the two sides fought the costliest battles of the entire war for the possession of specific hilltops, whose strategic significance was entirely local, while the diplomats at Panmunjom argued about the repatriation of prisoners of war, creating the specific character of a war whose beginning and whose end were both imposed by decisions made in distant capitals and whose specific human cost. Approximately 36,000 American dead, 137,000 South Korean military dead, approximately 215,000 North Korean military dead, and an estimated 400,000 Chinese military dead, along with approximately 2 million Korean civilian dead, was as heavy as any conflict in the post-war period. General Douglas MacArthur's specific operational audacity, the amphibious landing at Incheon on September 15, 1950, behind the North Korean lines, which cut the North Korean supply routes and precipitated the collapse of the North Korean army that had been besieging the Pusan perimeter, was the most brilliant single operational stroke of the Korean War and the specific military achievement that MacArthur's subsequent political miscalculation in advancing to the Chinese border. Against the specific warnings of the Chinese government that the approach of American forces to the Yalu River would compel Chinese intervention, transformed from the war-winning master stroke into the specific overextension that created the conditions for the Chinese intervention of November 1950, whose operational consequence, the destruction of several American and South Korean divisions in the mountainous terrain of North Korea in the dead of a Korean winter, was the specific military catastrophe that MacArthur's judgment had made inevitable. Fact 36. Vietnam, the limits of military power. Vietnam War, the conflict in which the United States committed approximately 2.7 million military personnel to the defense of South Vietnam against the insurgency of the Viet Cong, and the conventional military pressure of the North Vietnamese Army between 1965 and 1973, deploying the most advanced conventional military technology available to any military force in the history of warfare, the B-52 strategic bomber, the helicopter. The napalm, the sophisticated electronic sensors of the McNamara line, against an enemy whose specific combination of the guerrilla tactics, the tunnel system, the support of a significant portion of the South Vietnamese rural population, and the specific willingness to absorb casualties at rates that no American political system could have sustained for its own forces, created the specific military and political conditions in which the world's most powerful military could not translate its specific material superiority into the specific political outcome that the commitment of that material superiority was intended to achieve. Is the most consequential demonstration in the history of the modern military of the specific limitations of the conventional military power against the determined insurgency in its own population's territory. The specific failure of the American strategy in Vietnam, whose primary instrument, the graduated escalation of the bombing campaign against North Vietnam that Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara developed as the specific method of persuading the North Vietnamese government to cease its support of the Viet Cong insurgency in the south, rested on the specific assumption that the North Vietnamese leadership would calculate the cost of the bombing against the benefit of the insurgency in the rational terms that the American strategic calculus expected, and make the specific decision to withdraw its support when the cost exceeded the benefit. was the most consequential strategic miscalculation of the entire Cold War period. Its specific error, the assumption that the North Vietnamese government's specific commitment to the reunification of Vietnam under communist rule was the kind of limited political objective whose pursuit a sufficiently intense coercive military campaign could deter, rather than the specific unlimited political objective whose achievement the North Vietnamese leadership was prepared to pay any cost the American bombing could impose. A distinction whose recognition by the American strategic community did not occur until the specific human and political cost of the miscalculation had already been paid in full. Fact 37. The Six-Day War in 6 days. The Six-Day War, the conflict between Israel and the combined Arab forces of Egypt, Jordan and Syria, that began on June 5, 1967, with the Israeli preemptive airstrike that destroyed approximately 450 Egyptian, Jordanian, Syrian and Iraqi aircraft on the ground in the first hours of the war, eliminating the Arab Air Force's combat capability before the ground war had properly begun and creating the specific conditions of air superiority that allowed the Israeli armored forces to advance across the Sinai Peninsula, the west bank of the Jordan River, and the Golan Heights in the 6 days of ground fighting whose outcome. The Israeli conquest of approximately 3 times the territory of the pre-war state of Israel transformed the political geography of the Middle East in ways whose consequences the subsequent 5 decades of failed peace negotiations have not reversed. Was the most complete and the most consequential military victory achieved by any small state against a coalition of larger neighbors in the entire history of the modern Middle East, and the specific demonstration that the combination of the tactical surprise, the air superiority, and the operational exploitation of the breakthrough could produce the decisive military result against a numerically superior opponent that the history of successful defensive warfare had demonstrated was achievable only through the specific combination of the weapons, the training, and the will that the Israeli military of 1967 possessed in sufficient abundance. The specific operational planning for the preemptive airstrike, developed by the Israeli Air Force under General Mordechai Hod in meticulous detail over the years preceding the war, including the specific timing of the strike for the hour when the Egyptian pilots were returning from their dawn patrol, and the Egyptian air defense radars were believed to be at their lowest readiness. The specific routing of the Israeli aircraft at low altitude beneath the Egyptian radar coverage to achieve the surprise that the high-altitude approach would have sacrificed, and the specific attack profiles whose accuracy against the aircraft on the ground, and the runway cratering that prevented the surviving aircraft from taking off, combined the maximum destruction with the minimum exposure of the attacking aircraft to the anti-aircraft defenses. Was the most brilliant and the most consequentially executed single operational plan in the history of Middle Eastern warfare. Its specific achievement of the simultaneous destruction of 4 Arab air forces in less than 3 hours, creating the air superiority, whose maintenance over the subsequent 6 days of ground combat was the single most important factor in the Israeli military victory. Fact 38. The Falklands War Imperial Sunset. The Falklands War, the 10-week conflict between Argentina and the United Kingdom in April to June 1982, that began with the Argentine military government's occupation of the British-administered Falkland Islands in the South Atlantic on April 2, 1982, and ended with the Argentine surrender on June 14. 1982, following the British amphibious recapture of the islands in a campaign conducted at the extreme limit of the British military's operational and logistical reach, approximately 8,000 miles from the British home ports and beyond the range of land-based air cover, against an Argentine force that enjoyed the specific advantages of the shorter supply line, the land-based air power operating from Argentine bases on the mainland, and the specific willingness to employ the Exocet anti-ship missile with a tactical effectiveness that surprised the British naval planners, who had not fully appreciated the specific threat that the sea-skimming missile posed to the surface warships, whose anti-missile defenses were optimized against a different threat profile. Was the most consequential military conflict between 2 non-nuclear states in the 1980s, and the one whose specific combination of the politically decisive outcome. The technically instructive engagement and the specific geographic and logistical challenge created the most extensively studied single military campaign of the decade. The specific lesson of the Falklands War for the international community, the specific demonstration that the nuclear-armed permanent member of the UN Security Council was willing and able to project conventional military power over 8,000 miles of ocean to recapture disputed territory, despite the enormous logistical challenge of the operation and the significant military risk of the amphibious assault against a defended coastline at at the extreme limit of friendly air power. In the specific expression of the political will, whose absence the Argentine military government had calculated would make the British response insufficient to recover the islands, was simultaneously a specific warning to the potential aggressors who might be tempted to exploit the geographic distance of a British interest from the home islands, and a specific vindication of the specific investment in the power projection capability, whose maintenance the British defence establishment had debated for a generation before the Falklands crisis, demonstrated its specific strategic value with a finality that no planning document could have achieved. Fact 39. The Gulf War, the 100-hour war. Operation Desert Storm, the US-led coalition military campaign against Iraq that began with the air campaign of January 17, 1991, and ended with the 100-hour ground offensive of February 24 to 28, 1991, whose specific combination of the deep flanking maneuver of the VII Corps and ex-VII Airborne Corps around the western flank of the Iraqi defensive line in the Kuwait theater of operations. The specific operational deception that had convinced the Iraqi command that the main coalition attack would come from the Persian Gulf or directly across the Saudi-Kuwaiti border, rather than through the western desert, whose distance from the main Iraqi positions the coalition planners exploited to position the armored forces, whose subsequent advance cut off the Iraqi army in Kuwait before it could withdraw, was the most militarily one-sided major campaign in the history of modern warfare. The coalition forces killing approximately 25,000 Iraqi soldiers and destroying approximately 3,700 tanks and 2,400 armored personnel carriers, while suffering 292 killed in action in the campaign as a whole, a casualty ratio whose specific magnitude reflected the specific combination of the coalition's overwhelming air superiority. The specific paralysis of the Iraqi command system by the air campaign's systematic destruction of the communications infrastructure, and the specific quality of the coalition ground forces' night fighting capability and situational awareness, whose advantage over the Iraqi forces, whose night vision and communications had been destroyed by the air campaign, created the specific conditions for the one-sided engagements of the ground phase. The specific operational innovation of the air-land battle doctrine that the United States Army had developed in the 1980s in response to the specific threat of the Soviet armored offensive in Central Europe, the specific integration of the deep air attack against the second and third echelon forces with the close combat of the forward units, creating the specific combined arms engagement whose simultaneous pressure at multiple depths prevented the defender from shifting forces to reinforce the threatened point, found in the Gulf War its first large-scale operational test. The specific quality of the coalition's execution of the doctrine against an Iraqi army that had been trained in the specific methods of the Soviet military tradition, providing the clearest available demonstration of the specific operational concept's effectiveness that the training exercises in the Fulda Gap had never been able to provide. Fact 40. The history of war at 40. 40 facts into the history of war, and the story has traveled from the guerrilla bands of the Napoleonic Iberian Campaign to the 100-hour mechanized offensive of Desert Storm, from the specific courage of the soldiers who died on Omaha Beach to the specific calculation of the nuclear deterrence architects who decided that the threat of mutual annihilation was the most reliable available instrument of the mutual peace. We have sat with the Cold War strategists in their think tanks and understood that the specific paradox of the nuclear age, that the most destructive weapons in human history have been most consequential precisely because they have not been used, is the most completely demonstrated strategic principle of the entire 20th century and the one whose specific lesson. That the shared recognition of the catastrophic consequence of the mutual nuclear exchange creates the specific rationality of the mutual restraint is both the most reassuring and the most terrifying fact about the international order of the past 7 decades. We have followed Mao's three-phase People's War from the cave at Yan'an to the final crossing of the Yangtze, and understood that the most consequential military revolutions of the 20th century were not always the product of the most technologically sophisticated states, but of the most creative political military thinking, whose exploitation of the specific vulnerability of the conventional military power to the determined popular resistance created the specific conditions for the victories that the conventional military calculus predicted were impossible. We have watched the 100-hour war end in the desert of Kuwait, and understood that the specific military dominance of the Information Age Army over the Industrial Age Army is as complete as the specific military dominance of the Industrial Age Army over the pre-industrial army had been, and that the specific lesson of every previous military revolution applies applies equally to the current one, that the advantage is temporary, and that the next revolution is already underway. 60 facts remain. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 41. The laws of war. Civilizations attempt to limit violence. The laws of war, the body of international legal norms, treaties, customs, and conventions, whose accumulated development from the earliest military codes of the ancient world, through the medieval chivalric tradition to the modern framework of the Geneva Conventions, the Hague Regulations, and the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, represents humanity's most sustained institutional attempt to impose limits on the specific conduct of the organized violence that no political or moral argument has yet been able to prevent, is simultaneously the most ambitious and the most persistently frustrated project in the entire history of international law. Its specific combination of the genuine achievement of establishing the normative framework within which the most egregious violations of the laws of armed conflict can be identified, prosecuted, and punished, and the specific failure to prevent those violations in the most consequential conflicts of the modern era, creating the specific moral landscape of the contemporary law of armed conflict, in which the normative standards are clear, the enforcement mechanisms are improving, and the specific gap between the law's requirements and the war's realities remains as large and as morally challenging as it has been throughout the history of the tradition. The Geneva Conventions, the series of 4 treaties negotiated in 1949, and the additional protocols of 1977, building on the original Red Cross Convention of 1864 that Henry Dunant had inspired through his witness of the carnage of the Battle of Solferino in 1859, whose specific horror, the thousands of wounded soldiers abandoned on the battlefield without medical care, provided the specific founding impulse of the modern humanitarian law of armed conflict, are the most widely ratified international treaties in history, with virtually every state in the world formally committed to their obligations, yet have been violated in virtually every major conflict since their adoption. The specific gap between the universal formal commitment and the specific behavioral reality of warfare, creating the most consequential example available of the specific relationship between the legal norm and the political will required for its enforcement. The specific contribution of the Nuremberg trials, the prosecution of the surviving senior leadership of the Nazi regime by the International Military Tribunal between November 1945 and October 1946, whose specific innovation of the prosecution of individuals for crimes against peace and crimes against humanity created the legal precedent, whose subsequent elaboration in the International Criminal Tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, and ultimately the International Criminal Court, has created the specific framework of individual criminal accountability for the most serious violations of the laws of armed conflict that the post-war international community has constructed, was the most consequential single development in the history of the law of war, its specific establishment of the principle that individuals, including heads of state, could be held personally responsible for the crimes committed by the states they led, creating the specific legal foundation of the contemporary international criminal justice system, whose effectiveness and whose limitations reflect the specific tension between the universal aspirations of the humanitarian law tradition and the specific sovereignty claims of the states, whose cooperation the enforcement of that law requires. Fact 42. Chemical warfare, the weapon the world banned. Chemical warfare, the use of toxic chemical substances as weapons of war whose development and large-scale deployment in the First World War created a form of combat casualty so specifically horrifying, the slow death from chlorine or phosgene gas, whose drowning of the victim in their own fluid-filled lungs could take hours or days. The blistering burns of the mustard gas, whose long persistence in the soil and the specific ability to penetrate clothing and equipment made it the most tactically effective chemical agent of the war. And the specific psychological terror of the gas mask, whose requirement as permanent equipment in the front line, trenches, created a specific dimension of the psychological burden of trench warfare, that the literary accounts of the Western Front document with a consistency and an intensity that reflects the specific quality of the fear that the invisible, drifting, lethal cloud produced in the soldiers who had experienced it. That the international community responded to the specific horror of the chemical weapon with the specific prohibition of the 1925 Geneva Protocol, the first successful multilateral prohibition on a specific category of weapon in the history of international arms control, and with the eventual development of the Chemical Weapons Convention of 1993, whose comprehensive prohibition on the production, stockpiling, and use of chemical weapons, and whose verification mechanism of the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons has achieved a degree of compliance that no previous arms control treaty had approached. The first large-scale use of chlorine gas at the Second Battle of Ypres on April 22, 1915, when the German army released approximately 168 tons of chlorine from 5,700 cylinders along a 4-mile front at Langemarck, the yellowish-green cloud drifting on the prevailing wind toward the French and Algerian positions whose defenders, having no gas masks and no previous experience of chemical attack, broke and fled in the specific panic that the novel weapon produced, creating the 4-mile gap in the Allied line that the German command's specific failure to exploit, having committed insufficient follow-on forces to take advantage of the breakthrough that the chemical attack had created, allowed the Allies to seal before the specific opportunity for the decisive breakthrough that the gas attack had momentarily opened could be exploited. Was the specific event that introduced the chemical weapon to modern warfare, and that the subsequent development of the gas mask, the improved chemical agents, and the eventual mutual restraint of the major powers transformed from the potentially war-winning innovation, its first deployment suggested into the specific stalemate of the chemical and countermeasure competition that characterized the remainder of the First World War's chemical warfare. Fact 43. The Battle of Britain, War in the Air. The Battle of Britain, the air campaign fought between the Royal Air Force and the German Luftwaffe between July and October 1940, in which the Luftwaffe's attempt to establish the air superiority over southern England that was the specific precondition for Operation Sea Lion, the German amphibious invasion of Britain, was defeated by the RAF's fighter command in the closest-run major air campaign of the Second World War. The specific combination of the radar network, whose early warning gave the defending fighters the specific time required to scramble and intercept the incoming German formations, the specific performance of the Spitfire and the Hurricane against the Bf-109 and the Bf-110 of the Luftwaffe, and the specific strategic miscalculation of the German decision to switch the bombing effort from the RAF's sector airfields, whose systematic destruction was progressively degrading fighter command's operational effectiveness to the bombing of London, which allowed the damaged RAF infrastructure to recover while providing the British public with the specific evidence of the German aggression, whose emotional impact sustained the popular support for the war's continuation, whose maintenance was the primary political objective of Churchill's government, was the first major campaign in the history of warfare to be fought entirely in the air, and the specific engagement whose outcome, the German failure to establish the air superiority, whose achievement was the precondition for the invasion, preserved Britain's independence and maintained the specific base of operations from which the eventual Allied liberation of Western Europe would be launched 4 years later. Churchill's specific tribute to the RAF's fighter pilots, delivered in the House of Commons on August 20, 1940, at the campaign's most critical phase, in the specific formulation "never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few," was the most celebrated single sentence of the entire Second World War, and the one whose specific economy, its compression of the specific gratitude of an entire nation for the specific sacrifice of approximately 544 RAF pilots killed in the battle into 11 words, created the standard against which every subsequent political tribute to military service has been measured and found wanting. Fact 44. The Eastern Front, the war's decisive theatre. The Eastern Front of the Second World War, the theatre of operations between the German Wehrmacht and the Soviet Red Army that extended from the Arctic Ocean to the Black Sea across a front of approximately 2,900 kilometers, fought between June 1941 and May 1945, in the most destructive military campaign in the history of any civilization, killing approximately 27 million Soviet citizens, military and civilian, and approximately 5 million German soldiers in a conflict of a scale, an intensity, and a specific brutality that the Western experience of the Second World War, for all its horror, does not begin to approximate, was not merely the largest theatre of the Second World War, but its decisive one. The specific engagement of the vast majority of the German army's combat power in the East, for the entirety of the conflict, creating the specific conditions in which the Western Allies' landings in North Africa, Italy, and eventually Normandy were possible because the German army that would otherwise have defended those beaches was bleeding to death on the steppes of Russia. Operation Barbarossa, the German invasion of the Soviet Union, launched on June 22, 1941, with approximately 3 million German and Axis soldiers, advancing on a front of approximately 2,900 kilometers in the largest single military operation in the history of warfare, achieving in its first weeks the destruction of entire Soviet armies in the encirclements of Bialystok, Minsk, Smolensk, and Kiev, whose prisoner counts reached the hundreds of thousands in the specific expression of the German tactical and operational superiority over the Red Army of 1941, whose specific combination of the superior training, the superior leadership, and the specific advantages of the initiative and the surprise created the conditions for the most spectacular series of operational victories in the history of modern warfare. Seemed to its architects to be the confirmation of the specific strategic logic that the Soviet Union would collapse when struck with sufficient force in the manner of a house of cards, a miscalculation of the Soviet state's specific resilience, the Soviet people's specific willingness to absorb casualties on a scale that no German planner had modeled as a realistic possibility, and the specific capacity of the Soviet military and industrial system to reconstitute the destroyed armies and to produce the weapons whose quantity eventually overwhelmed the German forces' specific qualitative advantages. That was the most consequential single strategic miscalculation in the entire history of warfare. Fact 45. The soldiers experience war at the human level. The experience of the individual soldier, the specific combination of the physical hardship, the psychological terror, the occasional exhilaration, the pervasive boredom, the specific bonds of loyalty and comradeship with the small group of fellow soldiers that every combat veteran identifies as the primary social reality of the war, and the specific moral injury of the combat, whose long-term consequences for the psychological health of the combatant have been documented with increasing precision since the specific recognition of post-traumatic stress disorder as a clinical diagnosis in 1980. Is the dimension of the history of war most consistently absent from the strategic and operational accounts that constitute the bulk of the military historical record, and the dimension whose recovery in the specific testimonies of the soldiers themselves, the letters and the diaries and the memoirs and the oral histories that the first-person account of the combat experience makes available to those who read them with the attention that the specific weight of the testimony demands, is the most humanizing corrective available to the abstract language of the grand strategic narrative. The specific discovery of the Second World War's psychological research into combat motivation, the specific finding by the military sociologist Samuel Stufer and his colleagues, whose study of the American soldier published in 1949 was the most extensive empirical investigation of combat motivation ever conducted, that the primary motivation sustaining the individual soldier's specific willingness to continue fighting in the conditions of the combat, the fear, the physical exhaustion, the specific randomness of the casualty pattern that killed one soldier and spared the one beside him without any principle of desert or justice that the survivors could identify, was not the abstract patriotism of the recruiting poster or the ideological commitment of the political manifesto, but the specific loyalty to the small group of fellow soldiers whose welfare was the immediate and concrete concern that the abstract national interest could not provide in the specific conditions of the combat, was the most consequential single finding of the social science of warfare and the one whose implications for the design of the military organization. The specific importance of the unit cohesion and the leadership quality, whose maintenance was the primary condition of the combat soldiers' sustained effectiveness, have shaped the training doctrine and the organizational design of every Western military since the Second World War. Fact 46. The rape of Nanking, war's darkest hours. The rape of Nanking, the campaign of mass murder, rape and pillage conducted by units of the Imperial Japanese Army in the former Chinese capital city of Nanjing, in the weeks following the city's fall on December 13, 1937, during which an estimated 200,000 to 300,000 Chinese civilians and prisoners of war were killed, and an estimated 20,000 to 80,000 women were raped in an episode of organized atrocity that the subsequent documentation, the diaries of the foreign nationals who remained in the city's safety zone, the photographic evidence collected by the German businessman John Rabe and others, and the testimony of the survivors, has established as one of the most extensively documented war crimes in the history of the Asia-Pacific conflict, is the most consequential single episode of Japanese wartime atrocity in the history of Sino-Japanese relations and the one whose specific legacy of unresolved historical memory. The specific refusal of significant elements of the Japanese political and academic establishment to acknowledge the full extent of the atrocities whose documentation the Chinese and international historical record has established, has maintained the specific wound in the relationship between China and Japan that the absence of the clear and comprehensive acknowledgement of the historical truth that Germany's post-war reckoning with the Holocaust provided for the German-Jewish relationship has prevented from healing. The specific mechanism of the atrocity, the systematic execution of the prisoners of war and the civilian men of military age, whose specific killing by the bayonet, the beheading, and the burning was documented in the diaries and the photographs that the perpetrators themselves created as trophies of the specific violence, and that the subsequent historical record has used as evidence of the crimes whose commission the perpetrator's own documentation made irrefutable, is the most complete available expression of the specific process through which the military organization's specific dissolution of the individual moral responsibility in the collective identity of the unit, combined with the specific dehumanization of the enemy in the military culture of the Imperial Japanese Army's specific ideology of racial superiority, creates the conditions for the specific escalation from the legitimate violence of the combat to the specific atrocity of the massacre. Fact 47. Nuclear strategy, living with the bomb. Nuclear strategy, the specific intellectual enterprise of devising the military doctrines, the force structures, the command and control arrangements, and the diplomatic frameworks within which the nuclear weapons whose existence had transformed the fundamental character of the great power competition could be managed in ways that minimized the risk of their use while maintaining the specific deterrent effect that was their primary strategic function, was the most consequential and the most intellectually demanding strategic challenge of the Cold War period, and the one whose specific resolution in the doctrine of mutual assured destruction, the specific understanding that the nuclear arsenals of both superpowers were sufficiently large, sufficiently survivable, and sufficiently accurately delivered to ensure the destruction of the other's civilization regardless of which side struck first. Creating the specific strategic stability of the condition in which neither side could rationally initiate a nuclear exchange was simultaneously the most reassuring and the most morally troubling strategic doctrine in the history of organized violence. The specific institution of the RAND Corporation, the think tank established in California in 1948 by the United States Air Force to provide the intellectual resources for the strategic planning of the nuclear era, whose specific roster of analysts in the 1950s and 1960s included Herman Kahn, Albert Wohlstetter, Bernard Brodie, and Daniel Ellsberg. The most concentrated group of strategic intellectuals in the history of any single institution, and the ones whose specific contributions to the theory of nuclear deterrence, the analysis of the vulnerability of the nuclear strike force to the preemptive attack, the development of the concept of the second strike capability, whose assured survival was the specific condition of the deterrent's credibility, and the elaborate scenarios of nuclear warfighting, whose cold-blooded analytical methodology gave the irreverent acronym MAD its specific currency, was the primary intellectual engine of the American nuclear strategy in the decades when the specific doctrines whose implementation would have determined whether civilization survived were being developed. The specific quality of the RAND analysis, combining the most rigorous available analytical methods with the most consequential possible subject matter in a combination whose specific intellectual character, detached, systematic, willing to follow the analytical logic wherever it led regardless of the specific moral weight of the conclusions, was simultaneously the source of its value and the specific target of the moral criticism, whose most eloquent expression was Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove. Fact 48. Women in War, the half that history forgot. The role of women in war, the specific combination of the formal exclusion from the direct combat roles, whose monopoly by men the military traditions of every civilization have maintained with varying degrees of consistency and varying degrees of success across the entire span of recorded military history, and the specific reality of women's participation in the full range of the war's human experience as the primary victims of the specific violence against civilians that has defined every major conflict of the 20th century, as the primary sustainers of the civilian economy, whose productivity was the material foundation of every military effort, as the nurses and the doctors whose specific contribution to the treatment of the wounded was the primary factor in the declining casualty rates of the modern battlefield, as the resistance fighters whose specific courage in the face of the occupiers' terror was as consequential as any formal military action, and as the workers in the factories and the fields whose specific labor enabled the production of the weapons and the food without which no army could fight, is the most consistently underrepresented dimension of the military history of every civilization, and the one whose recovery is the most urgently required for an accurate understanding of what war actually involves and who actually bears its cost. The Soviet women's military contribution in the Second World War, whose scale and whose specific diversity, the approximately 800,000 women who served in the Red Army in roles ranging from the snipers and the pilots, and the tank crew members of the combat arms to the medics and the signals operators and the anti-aircraft gun crews of the support arms, makes it the most extensive formal military participation of women in the history of any single conflict. Is the most extensively documented and the most consequential expression of the specific military contribution of women to the outcome of the most destructive conflict in human history. Its specific combination of the military effectiveness of the women who served in direct combat roles, the female snipers, whose documented kill counts included Lyudmila Pavlichenko's 309 confirmed kills, the highest of any female sniper in history, and the female pilots of the 3 all-female aviation regiments, whose specific contribution to the night bombing campaign against the German rear areas earned them the German nickname Night Witches, and the specific institutional resistance of the Soviet military to the permanent integration of women into the combat arms that the war's experience had demonstrated was militarily viable, creating the specific ambivalence about women's combat service that the subsequent history of the Soviet and Russian military has maintained. Fact 49. The War in Afghanistan, the Graveyard of Empires. Afghanistan, the landlocked country of the Hindu Kush, whose specific combination of the mountainous terrain that channels the invader into the specific valleys, and the specific passes whose defense the local fighters know with the intimacy that only the native can possess, the specific tribal social organization whose specific combination of the code of honor, the blood feud, and the specific loyalty to the immediate community rather than the distant state, creates the most resilient and the most implacable resistance to the foreign occupation available in the human social repertoire, and the specific geopolitical position at the crossroads of the Iranian, the Central Asian, the Chinese, and the South Asian strategic spaces that has made it the specific object of the great power competition from Alexander's Macedonians to the British Empire, to the Soviet Union to the United States, has been called the Graveyard of Empires with a consistency that reflects not the specific martial prowess of the Afghan fighters, but the specific impossibility of the strategic objective that each successive invader has attempted to achieve. The transformation of a society whose specific combination of the historical experience of the foreign occupation and the specific cultural values of the Pashtunwali and its equivalents in the other Afghan ethnic traditions creates the specific resistance to the external imposition of governance that no military force has yet found the specific combination of the capability and the patience to overcome. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan from December 1979 to February 1989, in which the Soviet 40th Army's deployment of approximately 115,000 soldiers in the defense of the communist Afghan government created the specific conditions for the 9-year guerrilla war, whose specific combination of the CIA-supplied Stinger missiles that denied the Soviet army the air superiority, whose loss transformed the operational character of the Soviet campaign from the conventional military operation into the costly counterinsurgency whose mounting casualties and declining political returns produced the eventual Soviet decision to withdraw, was the specific military defeat whose specific contribution to the internal crisis of the Soviet state, the specific combination of the military failure, the material cost, and the political disillusionment whose accumulation contributed to the conditions that Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms both attempted to address and eventually could not control, was described by Gorbachev himself as the bleeding wound that accelerated the collapse of the Soviet Union, whose specific end in 1991 ended the Cold War and transformed the international order. Fact 50. The history of war at 50. 50 facts into the history of war, the exact midpoint of a journey that began in the prehistoric dark of the Nataruk massacre and has traveled through 5,000 years of the organized violence that has shaped, destroyed, and remade the human world. We have followed the laws of war through their centuries of development and understood that the specific attempt to impose limits on the violence of the war is not the naive idealism that the realist tradition dismisses, but the specific expression of the same human capacity for the moral aspiration that produces every other achievement of civilization. And that the specific gap between the law's requirements and the war's realities is not evidence of the law's futility, but of the specific difficulty of the task that the humanitarian tradition has set itself. The constraint of the most extreme expression of the human capacity for organized violence by the specific authority of the international legal norm. We have stood with the individual soldiers at the Somme, at Stalingrad, at Incheon, and at Kandahar, and understood that the specific motivation sustaining the individual soldier's willingness to continue fighting in conditions whose specific horror the military planning documents cannot fully represent is the loyalty to the small group of fellow soldiers beside them rather than the abstract patriotic or ideological commitment of the political leadership that sent them. We have watched the Soviets invade Afghanistan and the Americans invade Afghanistan and understood that the specific lesson of every previous invasion of that specific country, that the military victory in the conventional engagement does not translate into the political control of the specific society, whose resistance to external governance is the primary strategic fact. Is the specific lesson that the most powerful military forces in the history of the world have found most consistently impossible to absorb. 50 facts remain. The story of war is not finished. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 51. The art of the ambush, war's oldest tactic. The ambush, the specific military tactic in which a concealed force waits for the passing of an unsuspecting enemy force and attacks it at the moment of maximum surprise from a position of prepared advantage. The specific combination of the concealment, the surprise, and the simultaneous engagement from multiple positions, creating the specific conditions in which a smaller force can defeat a larger one by denying the larger force the time and the space to organize the coherent defensive response that its numerical superiority would otherwise make possible. Is the oldest military tactic in the recorded history of warfare, and the one whose specific effectiveness against every category of military force from the Macedonian phalanx to the armored column of the modern mechanized army has made it the primary tactical instrument of every insurgency, every guerrilla campaign, and every asymmetric conflict in the history of organized violence. The Battle of Teutoburg Forest in 9 CE, in which the Germanic chieftain Arminius, a former auxiliary officer in the Roman army whose specific knowledge of Roman tactics and whose specific personal relationship with the Roman commander Publius Quinctilius Varus, allowed him to orchestrate the most consequential ambush in the history of the Roman Empire, led 3 Roman legions, approximately 20,000 soldiers, into the dense forest of the Teutoburg in Lower Saxony, and then coordinated the simultaneous attack of a confederacy of Germanic tribes along the entire length of the marching column in the 3-day battle whose outcome, the complete destruction of the 3 legions and the deaths of Varus and most of his command, stopped the Roman expansion into Germania east of the Rhine, and established the specific boundary of the Roman Empire that no subsequent emperor successfully extended. Was simultaneously the most complete military disaster in the entire history of the Roman army and the most consequential ambush in the history of Western civilization. Its specific outcome of the establishment of the Rhine as the de facto eastern boundary of the Roman world, creating the specific geographic separation between the Romanized West and the Germanic East, whose long-term cultural consequences for the subsequent history of Europe were as profound as any military event of the ancient world. Fact 52. The spy in wartime, intelligence as a weapon. Military intelligence, the specific activity of gathering, analyzing, and acting on information about the enemy's dispositions, intentions, capabilities, and vulnerabilities that every successful military commander in the history of warfare has understood as the specific precondition of the effective tactical and strategic decision. Sun Tzu's specific formulation, that the commander who knows both himself and the enemy need not fear the result of 100 battles, being the most concise available expression of the specific relationship between the quality of the intelligence and the quality of the military outcome. Is the dimension of warfare whose specific importance is most consistently underestimated in the popular historical accounts, whose emphasis on the battle's drama obscures the specific intelligence work whose product created the conditions for the battle's outcome. The Enigma decryption, the specific British achievement of breaking the German military's Enigma machine cipher, accomplished by the code breakers of Bletchley Park under the leadership of Alan Turing and Gordon Welchman, whose specific development of the electromechanical bomb that could test the possible Enigma settings at a speed no human team could approach. Creating by the middle of the war the specific intelligence product whose designation Ultra gave the Allied commanders access to the German army's operational communications in near real time, allowing the specific foreknowledge of German intentions that altered the course of the North African campaign, the Battle of the Atlantic, and the preparations for the Normandy landing. Was the most consequential single intelligence achievement of the Second World War, and the one whose specific contribution to the Allied victory has been assessed by the historians who have studied it most carefully, including the official historian of British intelligence F.H. Hinsley, as shortening the war by approximately 2 to 4 years. The specific irony of the Enigma achievement, the specific fact that the British knowledge of the German operational plans created the specific dilemma of the intelligence officer, who cannot always act on what they know without revealing to the enemy that they know it. The specific cases in which the Allied commanders were compelled to allow specific German actions to proceed whose prevention would have revealed to the German cryptographers that Enigma had been broken. The human cost of maintaining the specific secret of the ultra-intelligence, creating the specific moral burden of the intelligence officer, whose knowledge condemns people to death, is the most complete available expression of the specific moral complexity of the intelligence function in warfare. Fact 53. Genocide in war, when war becomes extermination. The specific relationship between war and genocide, the way in which the specific conditions of warfare, the specific suspension of the ordinary moral constraints of peacetime, the specific dehumanization of the enemy that the military culture requires for the effective prosecution of the combat, and the specific mobilization of the state's coercive apparatus in the service of military objectives, create the conditions in which the transition from the legitimate violence of the combat to the illegitimate violence of the mass murder becomes possible in ways that the peacetime political order would not permit, is the most morally consequential dimension of the history of war, and the one whose understanding is most urgently required for the specific prevention of the recurrence that the human rights tradition has identified as the primary obligation of the international community in the aftermath of the genocides of the 20th century. The Armenian genocide, the systematic massacre and deportation of the Armenian population of the Ottoman Empire, conducted between 1915 and 1923 by the Committee of Union and Progress government, killing between 600,000 and 1.5 million Armenians in the specific conditions of the First World War, whose specific combination of the military emergency, the specific vulnerability of the Armenian civilian population to the accusation of collaboration with the Russian enemy on the empire's Eastern Front, and the specific ethnic nationalist ideology of the Young Turk movement, whose vision of a purified Turkic state created the specific political motivation for the systematic elimination of the Armenian presence from Anatolia, was the first genocide of the 20th century and the specific event whose occurrence during a major war and whose specific use of the wartime emergency as both the cover and the justification for the mass killing created the template for the subsequent genocides of the century, whose perpetrators each exploited the specific conditions of the wartime mobilization to pursue the specific political objective of the ethnic cleansing that the peacetime order would not have permitted. Fact 54. The cavalry charge, the last great shock. The cavalry charge, the specific tactical action in which mounted soldiers advanced at the gallop against the enemy infantry, or cavalry in the specific expectation that the combination of the shock of the impact, the psychological terror of the thundering approach, and the physical advantage of the elevated rider, whose slashing sword or thrusting lance reached the standing infantryman from above, created the specific conditions for the rout of the infantry formation, whose cohesion, once broken, could not be restored in the specific chaos of the close-quarters melee, was the primary instrument of the offensive decision in the land warfare of every civilization from the Bronze Age to the early 20th century, and the specific tactical element, whose devastating effectiveness against infantry formation was the foundational military fact of the horse-riding cultures of the steppe and the feudal aristocracies of medieval Europe, whose entire social organization was built around the warrior on horseback. The last successful cavalry charge in the history of Western warfare, conducted by the 4th Australian Light Horse Brigade at the Battle of Beersheba in Palestine on October 31, 1917, in which approximately 800 light horsemen charged the Turkish trenches defending the town of Beersheba across 6.5 kilometers of open ground in the specific calculated risk of the regimental commander Brigadier Grant, who recognized that the speed of the charge would prevent the Turkish riflemen from adjusting their sights for the changing range quickly enough to stop the galloping horses before they reached the trenches. The specific combination of the speed, the dust, and the failing desert light creating the specific conditions in which the bayonets in the horses' teeth. The specific Australian tactic of carrying the bayonet rather than the saber in the charge that created the specific confusion among the Turkish defenders, who expected the cavalry to stop short of the trenches and fire from their horses rather than jump them, allowed the light horsemen to reach and overwhelm the Turkish defenders in the specific minutes of the charge that secured the water supply, whose capture was the operational objective of the entire battle, was simultaneously the last successful example of the military instrument that had dominated land warfare since the first horse-riding peoples of the steppe had discovered that the mounted warrior's specific advantages over the infantrymen created a tactical asymmetry that no pre-gunpowder weapon could neutralize. Fact 55. The Pacific War, island by island. The Pacific War, the theater of the Second World War in which the United States and its allies fought the Empire of Japan across the enormous distances of the Pacific Ocean, from the Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, to the Japanese surrender on September 2, 1945, in a campaign whose specific combination of the amphibious assault, the carrier aviation, the submarine warfare, and the island-hopping strategy created the most distinctively innovative theater of the entire conflict, and the one whose specific operational challenges, the vast distances that separated the opposing forces, the specific difficulties of the amphibious assault against the fortified islands of the Central and Southwest Pacific, and the specific character of the Japanese military culture, whose specific code of Bushido created the specific tactical reality of the enemy who would not surrender, and whose specific willingness to die rather than be captured, created the casualty patterns of the Pacific campaign that had no equivalent in the European theater, required the most extensive range of military innovation of any theater of the Second World War. The Battle of Midway, the naval engagement of June 4–7, 1942, in which the United States Navy, whose codebreakers had broken the Japanese naval cipher sufficiently to identify the Japanese objective and the approximate timing of the attack before the battle began, ambushed the Japanese carrier force with the specific combination of the torpedo bombers, whose sacrifice in the suicidal low-level attack drew the Japanese combat air patrol down to wavetop height, and the dive bombers whose attack from altitude in the specific 4-minute window that the drawn-down combat air patrol created destroyed 4 Japanese fleet carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Huryu, in the exchange whose asymmetry. 4 Japanese carriers and approximately 3,000 Japanese naval personnel killed against 1 American carrier, and approximately 307 Americans killed, permanently reversed the naval balance in the Pacific and ended the specific phase of the Japanese strategic offensive that the Pearl Harbor attack had begun, was the turning point of the Pacific War and the specific engagement whose outcome. The destruction of the Japanese carrier force that had been the instrument of every Japanese naval victory since Pearl Harbor prevented the Japanese Navy from ever again mounting the kind of sustained offensive campaign that its victories in the first 6 months of the war had made appear invincible. Fact 56. The Peloponnesian War, Athens against Sparta. The Peloponnesian War, the 27-year conflict between the Athenian Empire and the Spartan-led Peloponnesian League, that consumed the Greek city-state world from 431 to 404 BCE, ending with the complete defeat and the temporary occupation of Athens and the specific destruction of the imperial power that had made the Athenian Golden Age of Pericles possible, was the first great power war in the history of Western civilization, and the conflict whose specific documentation by Thucydides, whose history of the Peloponnesian War is simultaneously the first work of analytic history and the first systematic analysis of the causes and the conduct of war in the Western literary tradition, created the foundational text of the realist tradition in international relations, whose argument that the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must is the most frequently cited formulation of the specific logic of the power competition that the history of war has consistently confirmed. Thucydides' specific analysis of the war's causation, the specific identification of the fear that Sparta felt at the growth of Athenian power as the truest cause of the conflict, whose surface justifications in the specific grievances about specific treaty violations concealed the specific structural dynamic of the rising powers' challenge to the established powers' position that the realist tradition has identified as the primary cause of the most consequential wars in the history of the great power competition, was the first systematic articulation of what the contemporary political scientist Graham Allison has called the Thucydides trap. The specific historical pattern in which the rise of a new great power to challenge the position of the established great power creates the conditions for the war whose outbreak neither power necessarily wants, but whose specific logic neither can avoid once the specific dynamic of the power competition has been set in motion. The specific tragedy of the Peloponnesian War, the specific destruction of the civilization whose achievements in the arts, the philosophy, and the political thought have formed the foundation of the Western tradition, was not merely the military defeat of Athens, but the specific internal corruption that the war produced in both the democratic and the oligarchic traditions of the city-states. The specific brutalization of the political culture, documented in Thucydides' account of the Melian dialogue and the Corcyraean civil strife, whose particular candor about the specific effects of the prolonged war on the moral standards of the civilization that conducted it constitutes the most honest available account of what war does to the societies that fight it over time. Fact 57. The price of war, counting the cost. The human cost of warfare across the history of civilization, the specific aggregate of the deaths, the injuries, the psychological damage, the displacement, the economic destruction, and the specific long-term demographic consequences whose totality constitutes the actual price of the specific political and military objectives that the organized violence of the war was deployed to achieve, is both the most important and the most consistently underrepresented dimension of the military historical record, the specific abstraction of the strategic narrative whose discussion of objectives and outcomes, campaigns and commanders, victories and defeats creates the specific distance between the reader's experience and the specific human reality of the 10 million dead of the First World War, the 70 to 85 million dead of the Second World War, and the estimated 100 million killed in all the wars of the 20th century that the statistical summary can document, but whose specific individual reality, the specific person with the specific face and the specific life whose ending was the specific cost of the specific military decision, the historical account can only approach through the particular testimony of the particular survivor. The demographic impact of the Second World War, whose specific death toll of approximately 70 to 85 million human beings, representing approximately 3% of the world's population at the time, was distributed with a geographical specificity whose concentration in the Soviet Union, whose approximately 27 million dead constituted approximately 14% of its pre-war population, in Poland, whose approximately 6 million dead constituted approximately 17% of its pre-war population, and in the Jewish communities of Europe, whose 6 million dead constituted approximately one-third of the global Jewish population, created specific demographic deficits, whose effects on the subsequent social and economic development of the most affected countries persisted for generations. The specific absence of the men of fighting age from the marriage and the labor markets of the most devastated societies, creating the specific social distortions whose consequences were still visible in the demographic profiles of the Soviet Union and the Eastern European states decades after the conflict's end. Fact 58. Military medicine, saving the wounded. The history of military medicine, whose specific trajectory from the battlefield surgery of the ancient world, where the primary medical intervention available to the wounded soldier was the amputation of the damaged limb, whose infection in the pre-antiseptic era would otherwise kill him faster than the blood loss, through the development of the ambulance corps and the field hospital of the Napoleonic Wars, the discovery of antisepsis and anesthesia in the American Civil War, the blood transfusion and the wound debridement of the First World War, the sulfur drugs and the penicillin and the early medevac capabilities of the Second World War, and the sophisticated trauma surgery and the helicopter evacuation of the Vietnam War to the modern military medical system, whose specific combination of the damage control resuscitation, the massive transfusion protocol, and the rapid surgical intervention in the forward operating base creates the specific survival rates for the combat wound, whose improvement over the historical baseline constitutes one of the most consequential achievements of the modern military medical tradition, is the dimension of warfare whose development has been most directly and most beneficially translated into the civilian medical tradition. The specific innovations that the extreme demands of the battlefield wound have forced on the military medical system, constituting the most productive single stimulus for the development of emergency medicine, trauma surgery, and intensive care that the history of any medical specialty records. Florence Nightingale's specific contribution to the reform of military medicine, the specific data collection, and the specific visual presentation of the mortality statistics of the British military hospitals in the Crimea, whose demonstration in her polar area diagrams that the overwhelming majority of the British soldiers dying in the military hospitals were dying not of their wounds, but of the preventable infections of the hospital environment, whose management through the specific improvements in sanitation, ventilation, and nursing care she implemented reduced the mortality rate in the Scutari hospitals from approximately 42% to approximately 2% in the 6 months between her arrival in November 1854 and the spring of 1855. Was simultaneously the most consequential single medical intervention of the Crimean War and the specific founding act of the evidence-based public health tradition, whose subsequent development transformed the mortality experience of every population that its methods were applied to. Fact 59. The war at sea, controlling the oceans. The Battle of the Atlantic, the longest continuous military campaign of the Second World War, fought from September 3, 1939 to May 8, 1945, across the entire width of the North Atlantic Ocean, between the German U-boat fleet and the Allied convoy, escorts and aircraft whose specific mission. The maintenance of the supply lines across the Atlantic, whose continuation was the specific material condition of Britain's survival, and the eventual American build-up for the liberation of Western Europe, made the campaign's outcome the specific precondition of every Allied strategic objective in the European theatre, was simultaneously the most operationally complex, the most technologically dynamic, and the most strategically consequential maritime campaign in the history of warfare. Its specific character, as a sustained technological competition between the U-boat's weapons and tactics and the Allied anti-submarine warfare capabilities, creating the most complete available example of the specific dynamic of the arms race, in which each innovation by one side created the specific pressure for the countermeasure that temporarily restored the balance before the next innovation disrupted it again. The specific turning point of the Battle of the Atlantic, the spring of 1943, when the combination of the centimetric radar, whose detection of the surfaced U-boat the Snorkel could not defeat, the long-range aircraft, whose coverage of the mid-Atlantic gap that had been the U-boat's primary safe operating area, was extended by the deployment of the very long-range Liberator bombers, whose presence denied the U-boats the ability to surface and recharge their batteries in safety. And the specific offensive use of the support groups of escort vessels that could be detached from the convoy escort to hunt the U-boats that the convoy's defensive maneuvers had identified, produced the specific crisis of the German submarine campaign in which Admiral Dönitz withdrew his U-boats from the North Atlantic. The specific admission that the campaign, whose peak success in the Black Pit of the Mid-Atlantic had sunk 750,000 tons of Allied shipping per month in the autumn of 1942, could no longer be sustained against the specific Allied countermeasures, whose effectiveness had reversed the loss-exchange ratio in the Allies' favor. Fact 60. The history of war at 60. 60 facts into the history of war, and the story has grown intimate with the specific human experience of the organized violence, whose grand strategic narrative the operational history documents, and whose individual human reality the testimony of the combatants alone can fully convey. We have followed the Battle of the Atlantic through its turning point, and understood that the most consequential military campaign of the Second World War was not fought on any land battlefield, but on the grey ocean surface and beneath it. In the specific conditions of the depth charge attack and the torpedo approach, and the long patrol in the specific cold, and the specific darkness of the North Atlantic winter, whose specific quality of the sustained danger and the sustained discomfort created the specific psychological burden of the submariner's war that the operational account cannot fully represent. We have stood with Florence Nightingale at the Scutari Hospital and understood that the most consequential single medical achievement of the Crimean War was not a surgical innovation, but a statistical one, the specific demonstration in the polar area diagram that the soldiers were dying of preventable infections rather than of their wounds. The specific translation of the mortality data into a visual form that the non-specialist could understand and act on being the specific communication achievement that produced the specific sanitary reform, whose implementation saved more lives than any weapon in the conflict. We have sat with Thucydides in his exile and read the Melian dialogue, and understood that the specific honesty of the greatest military historian of the ancient world about the specific effects of the prolonged war on the moral standards of the civilization that conducted it is simultaneously the most disturbing and the most useful thing that the study of the history of war can offer the reader who approaches it with the attention it demands. 40 facts remain. The story moves toward the contemporary world. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 61. The First World War's origins, the most studied catastrophe. The origins of the First World War, the question of how and why the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo on June 28, 1914, by the 19-year-old Bosnian Serb Gavrilo Princip triggered the chain of mobilizations, ultimatums and declarations of war that within 6 weeks had involved all the major European powers in the most destructive conflict the continent had yet experienced. Killing approximately 17 million people before its conclusion in November 1918, and leaving behind the specific political, economic, and psychological devastation whose consequences. The Treaty of Versailles' punitive terms that humiliated Germany without destroying its capacity for military recovery, and whose enforcement was undermined from the beginning by the retreat of the United States from the international engagement that had made the Allied victory possible, created the specific conditions from which the Second World War grew, is the most studied and the most contested historical question of the 20th century. The accumulated historical literature, whose most consequential contributions range from the German war guilt thesis of the Versailles peace settlement through the revisionist arguments of the interwar period to the Fischer controversy of the 1960s through the centenary re-examinations of 2014, constituting the most extensive scholarly investigation of the causes of any single historical event in the history of the discipline. The specific mechanism of the July crisis, the 5 weeks between the assassination and the outbreak of general war, in which the specific combination of the alliance obligations, the mobilization timetables, the specific miscommunications between the governments whose telegrams and whose secret meetings constituted the most extensively documented diplomatic crisis in the history of any conflict, and the specific individual decisions of the specific leaders. The Austrian foreign minister, Berchtold's decision to send the deliberately unacceptable ultimatum to Serbia, the German Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg's specific issuance of the blank check of unconditional support to Austria-Hungary, the Russian Tsar Nicholas II's specific rescinding and then reinstating of the general mobilization order, and the British Foreign Secretary Grey's specific failure to communicate clearly to the German government the certainty of British intervention in the event of a German attack on France, created the specific path from the specific assassination of a specific archduke in a specific Balkan city to the specific catastrophe of the industrialized war that none of the leaders who made the decisions had intended, but whose specific logic none of them could stop once the mobilizations had begun. Fact 62, the Second World War's end, unconditional surrender. The final campaigns of the Second World War in Europe, the specific combination of the Soviet advance from the east that brought the Red Army to the Oder River by February 1945, and the Western Allied advance from the west that crossed the Rhine in March 1945. Converging on the collapsing German state in the specific final months of the war, in which the specific combination of the strategic bombing, campaign's destruction of the German transportation and industrial infrastructure, the specific progressive exhaustion of the German military's combat power in the two-front defense of a territory that was shrinking at an accelerating rate, and the specific personal determination of Hitler to continue the war to the destruction of the German state, rather than negotiate the specific peace terms that any available diplomatic channel might have produced, was the most consequential military campaign of the European war, and the one whose specific completion in the unconditional surrender of Germany on May 8, 1945, created the specific political conditions. The complete absence of the German state's authority and the complete dependence of the German population on the occupying powers for every dimension of the governance of their daily lives, that allowed the specific denazification, the specific democratization, and the specific economic reconstruction of the Federal Republic of Germany, whose subsequent development into a stable democracy and the primary pillar of the Western European alliance represented the most complete reversal of the political character of a major state in the history of the modern international system. The specific decision of the Allied leaders at the Casablanca Conference in January 1943 to demand the unconditional surrender of Germany and Japan, announced by Roosevelt at the press conference following the conference in terms whose specific clarity, the Allied powers would accept no negotiated peace, but only the complete defeat and the complete occupation of the Axis powers, was intended to reassure the Soviet Union that the Western powers would not negotiate a separate peace with Germany, and to prevent the specific repetition of the German stab-in-the-back mythology that the armistice of November 1918 had made possible, was simultaneously the most consequential single diplomatic decision of the Second World War and the most debated. The specific argument that the unconditional surrender demand lengthened the war by eliminating the German military leadership's specific incentive to remove Hitler and negotiate a peace, whose specific evaluation by the historians who have studied it most carefully remains unresolved. Fact 63, the paratrooper war from the sky. Airborne warfare, the specific military capability of inserting fighting forces by parachute or glider behind the enemy's lines in the specific expectation that the tactical surprise of the attack from an unexpected direction, the specific confusion caused by the simultaneous engagement of the enemy's rear areas and communications, and the specific psychological impact of the apparent encirclement created by the airborne assault could produce the operational results whose achievement by the conventional frontal attack would require a much larger force and a much higher casualty cost, was developed simultaneously by the Soviet, German and American militaries in the interwar period and reached its most extensive and its most consequential operational expression in the Second World War. whose specific campaigns from the German airborne assault on Crete in 1941 through the Allied Operation Market Garden in 1944 to the Rhine crossing in 1945 provided the operational experience whose mixed record, the specific combination of the dramatic tactical successes and the catastrophic tactical failures whose specific cause. The inherent vulnerability of the lightly armed parachutist, whose weapons and whose ammunition were limited to what could be carried on the individual body, to the specific concentrated firepower of the conventional defender, who could bring all his weapons to bear on the specific drop zone, created the specific tactical paradox of the airborne operation, demonstrated that the decisive operational results that the airborne concept promised required a specific combination of the surprise, the speed of ground link-up, and the relative weakness of the defending force that could not always be achieved in the specific conditions of the actual operation. Operation Market Garden, the Allied airborne operation of September 1944, in which 3 Allied airborne divisions were dropped across the 5 principal water obstacles between the Belgian border and the Rhine in the Netherlands, in the specific objective of seizing the bridges whose possession would allow the British XXX Corps to advance across the Rhine and outflank the German defensive line in one operational stroke. A plan whose specific ambition was matched by the specific intelligence failures, the specific underestimation of the German armoured forces in the Arnhem area, and the specific ground advances, failure to reach the British 1st Airborne Division at Arnhem Bridge within the operational timetable that the paratroopers could hold it, whose combination produced the specific result of the failure, described by Cornelius Ryan as a bridge too far whose specific losses. Approximately 17,000 Allied casualties in the operation as a whole were the costliest single airborne operation of the entire war. Fact 64, the Siege of Leningrad, 872 days of endurance. The Siege of Leningrad, the German and Finnish investment of the city of Leningrad, from September 8, 1941 to January 27, 1944. A period of 872 days, during which the city's population of approximately 3 million people was cut off from land supply and subjected to the specific conditions of the deliberate starvation, whose specific German policy of reducing the population through hunger, rather than the costly street fighting of the urban assault, created the most sustained single episode of mass civilian suffering in the history of the Second World War. Killing an estimated 800,000 to 1 million Leningraders from starvation, cold, and disease in the specific conditions of the siege's first winter of 1941 to 1942, when the food ration for the civilian worker fell to approximately 250 grams of bread per day in November 1941. Quantity insufficient to sustain life for any length of time, and whose consequence was the specific widespread death from starvation that the survivor accounts describe in the specific detail of the daily reality of the hunger, the cold, the bodies in the streets, and the specific human responses. The extraordinary cultural endurance of the Leningrad Symphony Orchestra's performance of Shostakovich's Seventh Symphony in the besieged city in August 1942. The specific mutual support of the surviving community, and the specific individual acts of the sacrifice whose documentation in the diaries and the letters of the survivors constitutes the most extensive personal record of the siege experience available, that the historical account struggles to represent with the specific weight that the testimony of the living demands. The specific supply route of the Road of Life, the ice road across Lake Ladoga, whose operation during the siege's 4 winters provided the only overland connection between the besieged city and the Soviet rear, the specific combination of the ice road's capacity limitations, whose maximum daily throughput of approximately 2,000 tons of food was insufficient to end the starvation while being sufficient to prevent the city's complete collapse, and the specific dangers of the road's surface. The German aircraft that bombed the convoys, and the ice that cracked under the weight of the heavily loaded trucks, creating the conditions in which the Road of Life was simultaneously the specific lifeline of the besieged population, and the specific daily experience of the danger, whose maintenance required the continuous sacrifice of the drivers, and the workers whose labor kept the road operating through the specific conditions of the Leningrad winters. Fact 65, the Spanish Civil War, the rehearsal. The Spanish Civil War, the conflict between the Spanish Republic and the nationalist forces under General Francisco Franco that lasted from July 1936 to April 1939, killing approximately 500,000 people and producing the specific combination of the ideological intensity, the foreign intervention, and the specific military experimentation that made it simultaneously the most politically charged conflict of the interwar period and the most consequential military laboratory of the 20th century. its specific provision of the operational testing ground for the weapons and tactics that Germany, the Soviet Union, and Italy would deploy in the far larger conflict that began 5 months after Franco's victory, was understood by the participants and the international observers who flocked to Spain to fight or to document the conflict as the specific decisive engagement of the ideological conflict between fascism and communism and democracy that the global politics of the 1930s had identified as the defining political struggle of the age. The specific failure of the democratic powers to provide effective support for the Republic, whose government the elected Parliament of Spain had established, creating the specific precedent of the policy of non-intervention, whose consequences for the Spanish Republic were as catastrophic as the policy of appeasement's consequences for Czechoslovakia. The bombing of Guernica, the attack by German Condor Legion aircraft and Italian Aviazioni Legionaria bombers on the Basque town of Guernica on April 26, 1937, Market Day, killing approximately 150 to 1,600 civilians in the specific conditions of the incendiary and explosive bombing of a civilian town that had no significant military value, was the specific event that Pablo Picasso commemorated in the most politically consequential single painting in the history of 20th century art. The specific combination of the bombing's deliberate targeting of the civilian population and the specific propaganda value of the attack for the Republic's international advocates, transforming a specific military action in a specific Basque town into the specific symbol of the deliberate targeting of the civilian population that the technology of strategic bombing had made newly possible and that the political leadership of the fascist powers had made newly acceptable. Fact 66. Special Operations, the Invisible War. Special Operations Forces, the specific military units whose combination of the intensive selection process that identifies the specific physical and psychological qualities required for the specific demands of the Special Operations mission, the specific training that develops those qualities to the maximum possible standard, and the specific operational employment in the missions whose small scale, whose reliance on the surprise and the precision of the small team rather than the mass and the firepower of the conventional force, and whose specific objectives, the disruption of the enemy's command structure, the destruction of the specific high-value target, the training and the advising of the indigenous resistance force, and the collection of the intelligence whose product informs the conventional campaign, creates the specific military capability that no conventional force can provide, and whose effective employment amplifies the military power of the state that possesses it far beyond the arithmetic of the small numbers involved in the Special Operations Force, are the most consequential military innovation of the Second World War and the Cold War periods, and the one whose specific expansion in the aftermath of the September 11 attacks has created the most extensively deployed military capability of the contemporary American military system. The raid on Entebbe, the Israeli Special Forces operation of July 4, 1976, in which a force of approximately 100 Israeli commandos of Sayeret Matkal and the 35th Paratroopers Brigade flew 4,000 kilometers from Israel to the Entebbe airport in Uganda, where Palestinian and German terrorists had taken the passengers and crew of an Air France Airbus hostage, landed in the darkness while pretending to be part of an Ugandan official's entourage, assaulted the terminal building where the hostages were held in a 90-second firefight that killed all 7 hijackers and 45 Ugandan soldiers, while losing 3 hostages and 1 Israeli officer, and extracted the 102 surviving hostages and the raiding force in the specific combination of the deception, the surprise, and the precision that the raid's planning had rehearsed in exhaustive detail in the 72 hours available for preparation, was the most operationally brilliant and the most politically consequential hostage rescue operation in the history of special operations, and the specific demonstration of the specific capabilities that the intensive investment in the selection, the training, and the operational intelligence of the Special Operations Force can produce in the specific conditions where the conventional military capability is unusable. Fact 67. The 100 Years' War, Medieval Total War. The 100 Years' War, the series of conflicts between the English and French crowns that lasted from 1337 to 1453, and that transformed the character of medieval warfare in England and France from the chivalric contests of the mounted aristocracy to the specific combination of the professional infantry, the longbow, the cannon, and the national sentiment, whose mobilization in the specific person of Joan of Arc created the specific emotional and political force that completed the French reconquest of the English-held territories of France, and whose outcome, the expulsion of the English from France except for the garrison of Calais, established the specific territorial boundaries and the specific national identities of the two monarchies, whose subsequent development in the 16th and 17th centuries would make France and England the primary great powers of the early modern European state system, was simultaneously the longest major conflict in the history of medieval Europe and the most consequential for the specific development of the modern state whose institutional requirements. The permanent professional army, the permanent taxation system whose revenue sustained it, and the specific royal authority over the use of organized violence that the permanent army created, were first created by the specific demands of the sustained military competition that the 100 Years' War required. Joan of Arc, the 17-year-old peasant girl from Domremy in Lorraine, who in 1429 presented herself to the Dauphin Charles at the castle of Chinon, claimed the divine mission of driving the English from France, was given command of the French relief army at Orleans, whose siege she broke in 9 days, participated in the campaign that brought Charles to his coronation at Reims, was captured at Campigny in 1430. Tried for heresy and witchcraft by the English-sponsored ecclesiastical tribunal at Rouen in 1431, and burned at the stake on May 30, 1431 at the age of 19, was simultaneously the most implausible and the most consequential military leader of the 15th century, her specific combination of the personal courage, the military energy, and the specific symbolic power of the claim to divine mission, creating the specific emotional mobilization of the French national sentiment, whose political consequence, the transformation of the French military effort from the demoralized defensive to the sustained offensive that eventually expelled the English, was achieved not by her military genius alone, but by the specific quality of the inspiration, whose effect on the morale of the French forces was as militarily consequential as any tactical innovation of the war. Fact 68. The drone war, killing by remote control. The drone war, the specific form of the contemporary American and allied military operations in which the unmanned aerial vehicles, above all the MQ-1 Predator and the MQ-9 Reaper, whose specific combination of the persistent surveillance capability, the precision strike munitions, and the specific remoteness of the operator from the target, whose control station might be located thousands of miles from the specific coordinates at which the Hellfire missile was about to impact, has been deployed since 2001 against the terrorist and insurgent targets in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia, Libya, Iraq, and Syria in a sustained campaign of targeted killing, whose specific combination of the precision and the persistence has made it the primary instrument of the American counterterrorism strategy in the post-September 11 period, is simultaneously the most technologically sophisticated and the most morally contested dimension of contemporary warfare. Its specific combination of the genuine reduction in the risk to the attacking force and the specific risk to the civilian population of the target area, whose presence in the proximity of the targeted individual creates the specific civilian casualty problem that the drone strikes precision, while considerably greater than the comparable unguided munition, cannot eliminate, creating the specific ethical debate about the specific application of the laws of armed conflict to the specific conditions of the targeted killing campaign. The specific moral and legal questions that the drone war raises, the specific question of whether the targeted killing of suspected terrorists outside the recognized combat zone of the armed conflict violates the specific prohibition on the summary execution of individuals who have not been convicted of a crime. The specific question of the standard of evidence required for the inclusion of a specific individual on the kill list, whose strike authorization, the president's authorization, empowers the military to act on. And the specific question of the long-term strategic effectiveness of the targeted killing campaign, whose specific elimination of the individual terrorist leader, whose replacement by the organization's next generation of leadership, creates the specific revolving door of the counter-terror attrition, whose resolution requires the specific political conditions that the military campaign alone cannot create, constitute the most consequential unresolved questions in the contemporary law of armed conflict, and the most direct expression available of the specific tension between the military effectiveness of the precision strike capability and the specific human rights obligations of the state that employs it. Fact 69. The Warrior's Code, Honor in Battle. The Warrior's Code, the specific set of norms, values, and behavioral constraints, whose articulation in the specific cultural forms of the samurai's Bushido, the medieval knight's chivalric code, the Homeric hero's Aristeia, and the modern soldier's military professional ethic, creates the specific moral framework within which the legitimate violence of the combat is distinguished from the illegitimate violence of the atrocity. The specific individual whose killing in the combat is the act of the warrior from the specific individual whose killing in the massacre is the act of the murderer. It's the most consistent and the most enduring attempt in the entire history of warfare to impose on the organized violence of the war a specific moral order whose maintenance is simultaneously the condition of the warrior's specific self-understanding as something more than a killer, and the specific practical constraint on the warfare's specific destructiveness that the civilian population of every era has depended upon for the specific protection from the specific violence that the warrior's code provides. When it is observed, the specific paradox of the warrior's code, the specific recognition that the code's requirements of the courage, the skill, and the specific physical and psychological endurance of the combat create in the specific individual, who meets them the specific qualities of the excellence, whose cultivation is simultaneously the most complete available human achievement in the martial domain, and the specific condition for the most complete available human destruction in the specific application of those qualities to the organized killing of other human beings, is the most morally complex dimension of the entire history of warfare, and the one whose resolution in the specific circumstances of each individual combatant's experience of the combat creates the specific moral psychology of the soldier, whose careful examination in the memoirs, the poetry, and the oral histories of the combat veteran provides the most honest available account of what the organized violence of the war does to the specific person who is required to perform it. Fact 70. The history of war at 70. 70 facts into the history of war, and the story has grown to encompass the full breadth of the organized violence whose specific forms, from the cavalry charge to the drone strike, from the siege tower to the aircraft carrier, from the flint-tipped spear to the nuclear warhead, represent the specific expression in every age of the same fundamental human capacity for the organized killing of other human beings in the service of the political objectives of the states and the ideologies that have commanded the killing. We have followed Joan of Arc from Domremy to Orleans to Rouen, and understood that the most consequential military commanders in the history of warfare are not always the generals whose tactical and operational innovations the military historians document, but sometimes the individuals whose specific quality of the inspiration creates the specific emotional mobilization of the collective, will that no tactical innovation alone can produce. We have watched the drone operator in the ground control station in Nevada guide the Reaper to its target in Yemen, and understood that the specific remoteness of the operator from the killing does not resolve the specific moral questions about the targeted killing campaign, but creates new ones whose specific character, the specific quality of the decision to kill that is made in the specific comfort of the ground control station, rather than in the specific conditions of the combat, is as morally consequential as any of the specific decisions that the proximity of the battlefield creates. We have stood with the warrior in the specific darkness before the specific battle, and understood that the specific experience of the combat's most extreme conditions creates a specific quality of the human life that no other experience provides, the specific intensity of the full engagement with the specific possibility of the death. The specific quality of the time in the combat whose value the survivor consistently describes as the most vivid and the most fully inhabited of any experience in their life, and the specific moral cost of the killing whose weight the warrior carries for the rest of their life in ways that the military history's grand narrative cannot represent. 30 facts remain. The story approaches its end. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 71. The Boer War Empire's uncomfortable. The Second Anglo-Boer War. The conflict fought between the British Empire and the two Boer republics of the Transvaal and the Orange Free State from October 1899 to May 1902, in the specific geographic context of the South African veldt, whose open terrain and enormous distances created the specific operational conditions that exposed the specific limitations of the British Army's tactical doctrine in ways that the subsequent military reform program addressed with a thoroughness that made the British Expeditionary Force of 1914, the best trained and the most professionally led army Britain had ever fielded, was simultaneously the most embarrassing and the most consequential military experience in the history of the late Victorian British Empire. Its specific combination of the early reversal of the British forces at the hands of the Boer commandos, whose specific combination of the Mauser rifle, the horseback mobility, and the specific knowledge of the terrain created the most effective guerrilla force that the British Army had yet confronted, and the specific British response of the concentration camp system, whose deployment to deny the Boer guerrillas the civilian support network on which their operations depended killed approximately 26,000 Boer women and children, and approximately 20,000 black Africans in the specific conditions of the overcrowded, undersupplied camps whose death rates from disease and malnutrition constituted the specific humanitarian catastrophe that the British public was confronted with in the reports of the social reformer Emily Hobhouse, whose inspection of the camps in 1900 and 1901, and whose subsequent testimony before the House of Commons created the specific political crisis, whose impact on the British moral self-understanding of its imperial project was as consequential as any. Military defeat. The Boer guerrilla tactics, the specific combination of the accurate long-range rifle fire from concealed positions, the rapid mounted withdrawal before the British forces could close with them, and the specific use of the terrain's specific features to negate the British Army's specific advantages in numbers, artillery, and logistical support. The most complete available pre-First World War demonstration of the specific tactical problem that the accurate magazine rifle created for the conventional infantry assault, and their specific influence on the tactical thinking of the British and German officers who observed the Boer War as military attachés or who studied its lessons in the subsequent decade, created the specific intellectual foundation of the tactical reforms that were either implemented, in the British case, or neglected. In the German case, with consequences that the opening campaigns of the First World War would demonstrate with catastrophic clarity. Fact 72. The Mongol siege. Engineering conquers everything. The Mongol siege capability, the specific military capability, whose development by the Mongol Empire in the course of the 13th century campaigns against the fortified cities of northern China, Central Asia, Persia, and Eastern Europe, transformed the most feared horse-nomad military force in history into the most comprehensively effective combined arms war machine that the pre-gunpowder world had produced. The specific recognition of Genghis Khan and his successors that the cavalry army's specific speed and mobility created a decisive advantage in the open field engagement, but was insufficient against the stone walls of the fortified city, whose capture required the specific engineering capabilities that the nomadic military tradition had not previously needed to develop, was accomplished primarily through the systematic recruitment and the specific coerced employment of the Chinese and Persian engineers and siege specialists whose knowledge of the specific techniques of the counterweight trebuchet, the covered approach trench, the undermining of the walls, and the specific psychological operations whose systematic terrorization of the populations ahead of the Mongol advance created the specific willingness to surrender without resistance that reduced the military cost of the conquest to a fraction of what the conventional assault would have required. The Mongol siege of Xianyang, the 5-year investment of the twin cities of Xianyang and Fangcheng on the Han River in central China between 1267 and 1273, whose specific combination of the naval blockade that prevented the resupply of the garrison by water, the systematic construction of the investment works that isolated the city from the surrounding countryside, and the eventual deployment of the counterweight trebuchets, whose operation the Persian engineers Ismail and Ala ad-Din had been specifically brought from Persia to supervise, whose range and whose projectile weight exceeded those of any trebuchet previously deployed in China, and whose fire created the specific breaches in the city walls that the ground assault subsequently exploited, produced the specific surrender of the last major fortress, blocking the Mongol advance into southern China, and opened the Song dynasty's heartland to the advance that would complete the Mongol conquest of China by 1279. Was the most extended and the most comprehensively executed siege in the history of the Mongol Empire, and the one whose specific demonstration of the Mongol military's capacity to adapt its operational methods to the specific requirements of the fortified position it was attacking created the specific completeness of the combined arms capability that made the Mongol conquests the most geographically extensive in the history of the pre-modern world. Fact 73. The Crimean War, modern war's first media event. The Crimean War, the conflict fought between the Russian Empire and the allied forces of the British Empire, France, the Ottoman Empire, and Sardinia in the Crimean Peninsula between 1853 and 1856, whose specific combination of the strategic incompetence, the tactical innovation, and the specific novelty of the media coverage that the electric telegraph and the work of the first professional war correspondent, William Howard Russell of the Times of London, brought to the British public's daily attention, created the specific political crisis whose consequence, the reform of the British military and medical establishments in ways that transformed the character of both, was the most consequential domestic political impact of any 19th century British military conflict. Was simultaneously the last of the pre-industrial wars in the specific sense of a conflict, whose tactical conduct was still largely organized around the weapons and the formations of the Napoleonic period, and the first of the modern wars in the specific sense of a conflict, whose public experience was mediated through the specific combination of the daily newspaper report, the telegraph dispatch, and the photograph, whose deployment by Roger Fenton created the first substantial photographic record of a war in progress. The charge of the Light Brigade, the catastrophic attack of the British Light Cavalry Brigade against the Russian artillery battery at the end of the North Valley at Balaclava on October 25, 1854, in which the specific miscommunication of the order to advance. The specific courage of the 673 cavalrymen who obeyed the order, whose specific interpretation by their commander Lord Cardigan led them directly toward the Russian guns rather than toward the specific flank battery that the order's author Lord Raglan had intended, and the specific destruction of approximately 40% of the brigade in the 10 minutes of the charge, created the specific combination of the tactical disaster and the heroic narrative that Tennyson's poem, written within weeks of the event and drawing on Russell's Times dispatch for its specific details, transformed into the most celebrated single act of military courage in the history of the Victorian British Empire, was simultaneously the most complete available demonstration of the specific fatal consequences of the breakdown in communication between the military commanders at the crucial moment of the battle, and the most enduring expression of the Victorian military culture's specific celebration of the obedient courage that followed the order regardless of its specific wisdom. Fact 74. The Iran-Iraq War, the Forgotten Million. The Iran-Iraq War, the conflict between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Republic of Iraq that lasted from September 1980 to August 1988, killing between 500,000 and 1 million combatants and civilians, involving the largest tank battles since the Second World War. The first large-scale use of chemical weapons against a civilian population, in the person of Saddam Hussein's gassing of the Kurdish town of Halabja in March 1988, which killed approximately 5,000 people, and producing the specific strategic stalemate that the 8 years of brutal attritional warfare failed to resolve in either state's favor, ending with the specific acceptance of a ceasefire that restored approximately the pre-war boundaries and left both states exhausted, impoverished, and in possession of the large standing armies whose subsequent histories would shape the specific conflicts that followed, is the most extensively fought and the most consistently neglected major conflict of the late 20th century, the specific absence from the Western popular memory of a conflict that killed as many people as the Korean War, reflecting the specific combination of the geographic remoteness, the cultural unfamiliarity, and the specific Western policy during the conflict. The specific American tilt toward Iraq, whose provision of intelligence and diplomatic support for the Iraqi war effort, while Iran was subjected to arms embargoes, reflected the specific strategic calculation that the defeat of the Islamic Republic was preferable to the defeat of the secular dictatorship that the Reagan administration's strategic logic required. The specific human wave tactics employed by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards in the early years of the conflict, the mass infantry assaults across mined and defended terrain, in which the specific willingness to absorb casualties that the revolutionary religious culture of the Islamic Republic mobilized in the young men and boys, some of them as young as 12, who volunteered for the specific honor of the martyrdom that the Shia religious tradition associated with the specific willingness to sacrifice the self for the community, created the specific tactical response to the Iraqi army's specific advantages in conventional military equipment, was the most consequential and the most morally disturbing expression in the modern Middle East of the specific capacity of the religious and the political mobilization to create the human resources for the sustained attritional campaign, whose specific cost the Western strategic culture had concluded no modern state could absorb. Fact 75. The Battle of Kursk, steel against steel. The Battle of Kursk, the German operation citadel launched on July 5, 1943 against the Soviet salient centered on the city of Kursk in western Russia, in which the German High Command committed the largest armored force ever assembled for a single operation, approximately 3,000 tanks, 2,000 aircraft, and 900,000 soldiers, in the specific offensive whose objective, the elimination of the Kursk salient through the pincer attack of Army Group Center from the north and Army Group South from the south, that would encircle the approximately 1.3 million Soviet soldiers within it, and restore the German initiative on the Eastern Front that the Stalingrad disaster had permanently compromised, was defeated by the specific Soviet preparation that the foreknowledge of the German plan provided by the Lucy spy ring in Switzerland and the Enigma intelligence that the British shared with the Soviet Union, allowed creating the most extensively prepared defensive system in the history of the Second World War, and the specific conditions for the first decisive defeat of a major German offensive in the open field since the German invasion of the Soviet Union had begun, was the largest armored battle in the history of warfare and the specific engagement whose outcome. The complete failure of the German offensive in the north within a week, and the specific decision by Hitler to terminate the operation in the south following the Allied landings in Sicily, transferred the strategic initiative on the Eastern Front permanently to the Soviet Union, the specific German army never again able to mount the kind of large-scale offensive that the Kursk attack represented. The specific defensive preparation of the Soviets, the construction of 8 successive defensive belts to a depth of approximately 180 kilometers in the 4 months between the German withdrawal from Kharkov and the opening of the Citadel offensive, the specific placement of approximately 400,000 anti-tank and anti-personnel mines in the defensive zone, whose density exceeded any previously laid minefield in the history of warfare. And the specific deployment of the anti-tank artillery, whose coordinated fire created the killing grounds through which the German armored spearheads were required to advance in the specific conditions, that reduced the tactical effectiveness of even the new Tiger and Panther tanks on which the German High Command had placed the specific expectation of the tactical superiority that would overcome the Soviet numerical advantage, was the most complete available expression of the specific defensive preparation that the foreknowledge of the enemy's plan enables, the specific Soviet exploitation of the intelligence advantage, creating the conditions for the specific defeat of the most powerful offensive concentration that the German army had assembled since Barbarossa. Fact 76, the First World War's Western Front, 4 years of mud. The Western Front, the 700-kilometer trench system extending from the North Sea to the Swiss border, whose establishment in the autumn of 1914 created the specific military geography that defined the experience of the First World War for the populations of France, Britain, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the other Allied powers whose armies manned the Allied lines. And for the German army whose opposite trenches faced them across the no-man's land of the specific terrain, that the 4 years of the war's industrial-scale destruction had transformed from the agricultural landscape of northern France and Belgium into the specific wasteland of the shell-churned mud, the rusted wire, the flooded shell holes, and the rotting wood of the duckboards that the survivors' accounts describe with a specificity and a horror that no subsequent description of any other battlefield has approached in its specific quality of the sustained physical degradation, combined with the sustained specific danger, was the most consequential single military geography in the history of modern warfare, and the one whose specific physical and psychological experience shaped the cultural and the political landscape of the societies that fought there in ways whose consequences were still visible in the pacifism of the interwar period, the appeasement policies of the 1930s, and the specific reluctance of the British and French governments to risk a repetition of the Western Front's experience in the confrontation with Hitler that the specific memory of the Somme and Verdun made psychologically almost impossible. The specific experience of the Christmas truce of December 1914, in which the German and British soldiers of the opposing front lines spontaneously ceased firing on Christmas Eve, exchanged songs, and then greetings across the no-man's land, and in many sectors climbed from the trenches to meet in the middle and exchange food, tobacco, and conversation in the specific informal armistice that the high commands on both sides condemned but could not prevent, was the most complete available expression of the specific paradox of the First World War. The specific contrast between the specific quality of the common humanity of the men in the trenches, whose individual relationships across the wire demonstrated the specific absence of the personal hostility that the propaganda of the respective war efforts required, and the specific political and military decisions of the governments, and the high commands whose continuation of the war the men in the trenches could neither prevent nor, for the most part, resist. Fact 77, Cyber War, the Invisible Battlefield. Cyber warfare, the specific form of the contemporary military competition in which the computer networks, the software systems, and the information infrastructure of the opposing state or the opposing military are attacked with the specific objective of disrupting, degrading, or destroying the specific capabilities. The financial system, the power grid, the military command and control network, the democratic election infrastructure, whose compromise would provide the attacking state with the specific strategic advantage that the conventional military operation would achieve at a considerably higher cost and a considerably higher risk. is simultaneously the most consequential new domain of military competition of the early 21st century, and the one whose specific character, the difficulty of attribution, the low threshold of the individual operation, and the specific absence of the physical destruction that the kinetic military operation produces, creates the specific legal and strategic ambiguity that the existing framework of the laws of armed conflict was not designed to accommodate. The Stuxnet attack, the specific computer worm, whose deployment against the Iranian uranium enrichment centrifuges at the Natanz facility in approximately 2010, attributed by the subsequent investigative reporting of the journalist Kim Zeta and others to the joint American-Israeli intelligence operation, codenamed Olympic Games, whose specific design to cause the centrifuges to spin at self-destructive speeds while reporting normal operation to the monitoring systems, created the specific sabotage whose physical consequence, the destruction of approximately 1,000 Iranian centrifuges without any conventional military attack, delayed the Iranian nuclear program by an estimated 1 to 2 years, was simultaneously the most sophisticated and the most consequential offensive cyber operation in the history of the discipline, and the specific event that established beyond reasonable doubt that the cyber weapon could produce the specific physical destruction of industrial infrastructure that had previously required the conventional kinetic attack, creating the specific legal and strategic question about the applicability of the laws of armed conflict to the specific conditions of the offensive cyber operation that the international community has not yet resolved with the specificity that the prevalence of the capability and the specific risk of its escalation require. Fact 78, the 30-year peace, why democracies don't fight each other. The democratic peace theory, the specific empirical observation, first articulated in modern form by the political scientist Michael Doyle in 1983, building on the earlier insight of Immanuel Kant's 1795 essay Perpetual Peace, that the liberal democracies of the modern international system have maintained a specific historical record of not fighting wars against each other. The specific absence of the democratic dyadic war in the empirical record of the modern state system, constituting the closest approach to an empirical law that the study of international relations has produced, is simultaneously the most consequential and the most contested finding in the entire field of the political science of war, its specific implication that the specific political character of the state, rather than merely the specific distribution of the military power or the specific interests of the ruling class, is a primary determinant of the state's war-making behavior, creating the specific policy implication that the democratic peace theory has made the most influential single academic finding in the contemporary foreign policy of the United States and the other liberal democracies, whose promotion of democracy as a foreign policy objective derives in significant part from the specific strategic logic that a world of democracies is a world in which the specific risk of the interstate war is minimized. The specific explanations that the democratic peace theory's proponents have advanced for the observed absence of wars between democracies, the institutional explanation that the specific requirements of the democratic electoral accountability and the specific division of powers create the institutional constraints on the executive's war-making authority that make the democratic government more cautious in the commitment to war. The normative explanation that the specific values of the democratic culture, the commitment to the resolution of conflict by the negotiation and the compromise rather than the violence that the democratic political culture instills in its citizens, are applied in the specific relations between democratic states, creating the normative inhibition on the use of force. And the specific commercial explanation that the economic interdependence of the democratic market economies creates the specific interests in the maintenance of the peace, whose disruption would impose specific material costs on the specific commercial interests, whose political influence constrains the democratic government's freedom to initiate the conflict, are each the subject of ongoing scholarly debate, whose resolution depends on the specific interpretation of the historical evidence and the specific causal mechanisms whose identification the theory requires. Fact 79, the price of peace, what ending wars costs. The peace settlement, the specific diplomatic process through which the organized violence of the war is formally concluded, and the specific terms of the post-war order are negotiated between the belligerents whose specific agreement on the specific distribution of the territorial, economic, and political consequences of the conflict's outcome creates the specific international framework whose durability determines whether the conclusion of the specific war produces the specific stable peace or the specific unstable truce, whose unresolved tensions create the conditions for the resumption of the conflict in a subsequent generation. is the dimension of the history of war whose specific consequences for the subsequent international order are as consequential as the war's specific military outcome. The specific peace, settlement's specific terms, and their specific enforcement being the primary determinants of whether the war's ending, produces the specific durable peace, or the specific resentful armistice, whose specific grievances provide the specific political material for the next war's specific mobilization. The Treaty of Versailles of 1919, the peace settlement that concluded the First World War and whose specific terms, the specific assignment of the sole war guilt for the conflict to Germany in Article 231, the specific requirement of the enormous reparations payments whose total, fixed at 132 billion gold marks in 1921, represented approximately 4 times the annual German gross national product. The specific territorial amputations that stripped Germany of approximately 13% of its pre-war territory and approximately 10% of its population, and the specific limitations on the German military whose specific reduction to an army of 100,000 men prohibited from the weapons, tanks, aircraft, submarines, whose possession would have made it a credible force for the defense of the German state, created the specific combination of the national humiliation, the economic burden, and the specific military weakness that the subsequent German political development in the Weimar Republic era produced the specific conditions from which Hitler's rise to power and the subsequent Second World War grew in ways that the framers of the Versailles Settlement had not intended, but that the economists and the political analysts who studied the settlement's terms. Most prominently John Maynard Keynes, in his 1919 work, The Economic Consequences of the Peace, had specifically predicted. Fact 80, the history of war at 80. 80 facts into the history of war, and the story has arrived at the threshold of the contemporary world, where the specific forms of the organized violence that the preceding 8,000 years of the military history have produced coexist with the specific new forms. The drone strike, the cyber attack, the proxy war that the specific conditions of the 21st century have created. We have followed the Versailles peace settlement to its specific catastrophic consequences and understood that the specific wisdom of the peacemaker is not the wisdom of the victor, who imposes the specific terms that the specific military outcome entitles, but the wisdom of the statesman who recognizes that the specific terms that humiliate the defeated, without destroying the defeated's capacity for recovery, create the specific resentments whose political exploitation by the next generation's demagogue produces the specific war that the peace was supposed to prevent. We have sat with the democratic peace theorists and understood that the specific finding that democracies do not fight each other is simultaneously the most reassuring fact about the modern international system and the most fragile. Its maintenance depending on the specific continued vitality of the democratic institutions, whose erosion by the specific domestic and foreign pressures that the 21st century has mobilized against them, is the specific most consequential security challenge of the contemporary world. You have watched the Iranian centrifuges spin themselves to destruction under the invisible influence of the Stuxnet worm, and understood that the specific threshold between the war and the not war has become in the cyber domain as ambiguous as the specific threshold between the peacetime intelligence operation and the specific act of war that the Cold War's proxy conflicts created in the physical domain. 20 facts remain. The story of war approaches its end, and its most urgent questions. Rest now, this is explored during sleeping. Fact 81, the Ottoman decline, sick man's final wars. The military decline of the Ottoman Empire in the 19th and early 20th centuries, the specific process through which the empire that had been the most feared military power in the Islamic world, and the most consequential military force in the Eastern Mediterranean for 4 centuries, progressively lost the capacity to defend its extensive territories against the combined pressures of the Russian Empire from the north, the nationalist movements of the Balkan peoples from within, and the European great powers whose specific interest in the disposition of the Ottoman territories, as the empire contracted, created the specific diplomatic competition known as the Eastern Question, is the most extensively documented example in the history of the modern period of the specific military decline of a major power whose specific causes. The specific combination of the institutional rigidity that prevented the modernization of the Ottoman military system at the pace required to match the specific improvements of the European armies it confronted, the specific fiscal exhaustion of the Ottoman state, whose revenues could not sustain the military investment required to maintain the empire's position, and the specific political fragmentation of the late Ottoman reform movement, whose competing factions disagreed about the specific direction and the specific pace of the modernization, whose necessity all acknowledged, but whose implementation none could coordinate effectively. constitute the most complete available case study in the specific mechanisms of the military decline of the established great power, in the specific conditions of the technological and organizational transformation, whose pace the specific institutional rigidity of the declining power prevents it from matching. The Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913, in which the Ottoman Empire lost approximately 80% of its remaining European territory in the First War to the coalition of Bulgaria, Serbia, Greece, and Montenegro, and then lost the specific gains that Bulgaria had made in the subsequent Second War among the victors of the First, were the specific military disasters that stripped the empire of the European territories it had held since the 14th century and created the specific refugee crisis of the Muslim population expelled from the Balkans, whose specific resentment and whose specific political radicalization contributed to the specific conditions from which the Ottoman decision to enter the First World War on the German side emerged. Fact 82. The war photographer bearing witness. War photographer, the specific individual whose specific combination of the personal courage required to operate in the specific conditions of the combat zone where the photograph is made, and the specific artistic skill required to create from the specific chaos and the specific darkness of the battle, the specific image whose composition and whose content communicate to the distant viewer the specific human reality of the war with a directness and an immediacy that no written account can match, has been the most consequential single communicator of the specific human experience of organized violence since Roger Fenton carried his collodion wet plate apparatus to the Crimea in 1855. The specific development of the photographic technology, from the cumbersome wet plate process to the roll film camera to the digital image, creating the progressively more immediate and the progressively more mobile capability for the visual documentation of the war's specific human reality that the public's understanding of what war involves depends on. Robert Capa, the Hungarian-born photojournalist whose specific career, covering the Spanish Civil War, the Second World War in North Africa, Italy, France and Germany, the First Arab-Israeli War, and the early stages of the French Indochina War where he was killed by a landmine on May 25, 1954, produced the most extensive and the most influential body of work by any combat photographer in the history of the profession. Created in his image of the falling Republican soldier at the Battle of Cerro Muriano in September 1936. The specific composition of the soldier at the moment of his death, whose combination of the physical reality and the specific intimacy of the proximity created the most powerful single combat photograph of the 20th century, and the image whose specific influence on the subsequent development of the combat photography tradition established the specific standard of the bearing witness to the specific human reality of the war that Capa's career simultaneously exemplified and defined. His specific formulation, "If your pictures aren't good enough, you aren't close enough," is simultaneously the most famous and the most morally complex statement in the history of the profession. Its specific implications for the personal safety of the photographer, who follows it to its logical conclusion, having been demonstrated in the specific deaths of Capa himself, and of the dozens of photographers who have died in the conflicts, whose specific visual documentation they were attempting to provide. Fact 83. The Napoleonic Wars' human cost, revolution's price. The Napoleonic Wars, the series of conflicts between the French Empire and the successive European coalitions that lasted from 1803 to 1815 and killed between 3 and 6 million soldiers, and an estimated 1 million civilians in a sustained military competition whose specific geographic range, extending from Portugal to Moscow and from Egypt to the Baltic, made it the most extensive military conflict in the history of the world before the 20th century, and the one whose specific combination of the revolutionary political energy, the conscript army of the nation in arms, and the operational genius of Napoleon created the specific conditions for the most consequential transformation of the European political order since the 30 Years' War. It was not merely a military competition between states, but the specific political struggle between the revolutionary ideal of the popular sovereignty and the traditional order of the dynastic monarchy, whose resolution in the specific conservative settlement of the Congress of Vienna in 1815 created the specific political framework, whose maintenance as the primary objective of the Metternich system suppressed for a generation the specific nationalist and liberal movements that Napoleon's campaigns had paradoxically stimulated in the specific populations they had simultaneously conquered and exposed to the specific ideas of the French Revolution. The specific Russian campaign of 1812, in which Napoleon led the Grand Armée of approximately 685,000 soldiers across the Niemen River in June, and reached Moscow in September after the specific Battle of Borodino that cost both sides approximately 75,000 casualties in a single day, without producing the specific Russian surrender that Napoleon required, only to find Moscow abandoned and burning. Waited in the empty city for the peace terms that the Russian Tsar Alexander I refused to offer, and retreated across the specific distance of the Russian autumn and the specific catastrophe of the Russian winter that reduced the Grand Armée to approximately 100,000 survivors by the time it recrossed the Niemen in December, was simultaneously the most grandiose operational failure in the history of European warfare, and the specific event that demonstrated with a finality that no subsequent emperor of France ever recovered from the specific limitation of the military power, however great, is the specific inability of the victory in the field to compel the specific political submission of the enemy, whose political will to resist outlasts the specific military capacity to impose the specific terms that the victory was supposed to make unavoidable. Fact 84. The War of 1812, the Forgotten American War. The War of 1812, the conflict between the United States and the British Empire that lasted from June 1812 to February 1815, fought primarily along the Canadian border, on the Great Lakes, and on the eastern seaboard of the United States in the specific combination of the American military failures on land, where the successive invasions of Canada were repelled with a consistency that reflected the specific military unpreparedness of the American Army, whose regular forces were insufficient to the specific task, and whose militia forces were constitutionally inhibited from serving outside the national boundaries, and the American successes at sea, where the specific quality of the American frigates whose construction and whose crews were superior to the British vessels of the same class that they encountered in the single-ship engagements of the war's early months created the specific propaganda victories whose celebration in the American press sustained the public support for a war whose strategic objectives, the conquest of Canada and the ending of the British practice of impressment of American sailors, achieved by neither party to the conflict, whose conclusion in the Treaty of Ghent restored approximately the pre-war status quo, is the most consistently neglected major conflict in the history of American military experience, and the one whose specific significance, the specific establishment in its aftermath of the relationship of peaceful coexistence between the United States and Canada that has created the longest undefended border in the history of the modern international system, is as consequential and as specifically positive as any military conflict's outcome in the entire history of North American diplomacy. The specific burning of Washington, in which a British raiding force under Admiral George Cockburn and Major General Robert Ross landed on the Maryland coast and marched to Washington on August 24, 1814, routing the American militia at the Battle of Bladensburg in what the Americans subsequently called the Bladensburg Races for the specific speed of the American retreat, and burning the White House, the Capitol, and the other public buildings of the Capitol, whose specific vulnerability to the raiding force had been enabled by the specific military unpreparedness of the Madison administration, was simultaneously the most humiliating single military event in American history and the specific event whose political consequence, the specific mobilization of the American public's determination that the specific vulnerability it revealed should not be allowed to persist, produced the specific military reform whose implementation in the subsequent decades created the professional army that the War of 1812 had demonstrated the United States required. Fact 85. The Zulu War's courage against firepower. The Anglo-Zulu War of 1879, the conflict between the British Empire and the Zulu Kingdom of King Cetshwayo in what is now the KwaZulu-Natal province of South Africa, whose opening disaster of the Battle of Isandlwana on January 22, 1879, in which a Zulu impi of approximately 20,000 warriors destroyed a British force of approximately 1,300 soldiers and auxiliaries in the most comprehensive defeat suffered by the British Army against an indigenous force in the entire colonial era, and whose eventual British victory culminating in the Battle of Ulundi on July 4, 1879 that broke the Zulu military power, created the specific combination of the humiliation and the subsequent triumph that the Victorian military imagination processed through the specific narrative of the individual courage at Rorke's Drift, the defense of the supply depot on the Buffalo River by approximately 150 British soldiers against approximately 3,000 to 4,000 Zulu warriors in the night following the Isandlwana disaster, whose successful outcome the specific combination of the defensive position, the mealie bag barricades, and the remarkable individual courage of the garrison maintained through the specific hours of the assault until the Zulu force withdrew, provided. was the most consequential single colonial military conflict of the Victorian era, and the one whose specific documentation of the specific courage and the specific tactical effectiveness of a non-European military force against the full firepower of the Victorian British Army created the specific recognition that the specific technological advantage of the magazine rifle and the colonial artillery did not make the conquest of the specific African military traditions whose specific combination of the courage, the tactical skill, and the specific knowledge of the terrain created the conditions for the specific victories whose possibility the European colonial assumptions had systematically denied. The 11 Victoria Crosses awarded for the defence of Rorke's Drift, the most awarded for a single action in the history of the decoration, reflected simultaneously the specific individual courage of the garrison and the specific political requirement of the Victorian military establishment for the heroic narrative that could reframe the specific catastrophe of Isandlwana in terms that the British public could absorb without the specific challenge to the foundational assumptions of the imperial project that the specific military defeat by an African army created. Fact 86. The arms race, preparing for wars that may never come. The arms race, the specific dynamic of the military competition between states in which each state's specific investment in the weapons, the forces, and the capabilities required for the specific contingency of the conflict with the specific adversary, creates the specific pressure on the adversary to match or surpass the specific investment in order to maintain the deterrent balance whose preservation is the primary security objective. The specific mechanism of the competitive mutual escalation, creating the specific dynamic in which the security each state seeks through the specific military investment it makes is reduced rather than enhanced by the specific reaction it provokes from the adversary whose specific counter-investment creates the specific arms race whose end state, the mutual deployment of the weapons and forces at a higher level than either state's original security requirements demanded, is the specific condition from which the specific crisis and the specific accidental war become more rather than less likely. It's the most consequential recurring dynamic in the entire history of the international security competition, and the one whose specific management, through the specific arms control agreements, whose negotiation and implementation has occupied the diplomacy of the nuclear age, represents the most sophisticated attempt in the history of the international system to arrest the specific escalatory dynamic whose unrestrained operation the history of the pre-war arms races of the 19th and early 20th centuries demonstrates produces the specific catastrophic outcomes whose prevention was the primary purpose of the arms control tradition. The Anglo-German naval race of the decade before the First World War, which the specific decision of the German Emperor Wilhelm II and his naval minister Alfred von Tirpitz to build the High Seas Fleet, whose specific challenge to the British Royal Navy's mastery of the North Sea, created the specific British response of the accelerated construction of the Dreadnought battleship program, whose specific technological superiority over the existing battle fleet made the entire existing naval balance irrelevant and compelled both powers to begin the arms race from a baseline of 0. Simultaneously, the most consequential arms race of the pre-nuclear era, and the one whose specific contribution to the specific Anglo-German hostility that was a primary factor in the British decision to enter the First World War in August 1914, was identified by the liberal imperialist politician Sir Edward Grey as one of the primary specific mechanisms through which the specific naval competition had transformed the specific Anglo-German diplomatic relationship from the specific competitive but manageable rivalry of the pre-Tirpitz era into the specific existential threat, whose management required the specific British commitment to the specific alliance system, whose engagement in August 1914 made the European War the World War. Fact 87. The Korean Demilitarized Zone, war's permanent pause. The Korean Demilitarized Zone, the 4-kilometer wide, 250-kilometer long buffer zone, established by the Armistice Agreement of July 27, 1953, along approximately the 38th parallel that divides the Korean Peninsula, maintained by the most heavily militarized border in the world, with approximately 1 million North Korean soldiers deployed along it, and approximately 600,000 South Korean and 500 American soldiers deployed on the other side, in the specific expression of the suspended military confrontation that the armistice created, and that the absence of the formal peace treaty has maintained in a state of technical war for more than 7 decades, is the most consequential single military boundary in the contemporary world, and the one whose specific maintenance, by the specific military forces of the specific powers, whose commitment to the defense of the specific line, created by the specific armistice of the specific conflict, whose specific political resolution remains as elusive as it was in 1953, represents the most persistent specific military standoff in the entire history of the post-Second World War. International order. The specific condition of the North Korean military. The specific investment of approximately 25% of the North Korean gross national product in the specific maintenance of the conventional military force and the nuclear weapons program, whose specific development from the first nuclear test in October 2006 to the specific intercontinental ballistic missile tests of 2017 has created the specific deterrent capability that the Kim dynasty has identified as the specific condition of its survival, is simultaneously the most extreme expression of the specific military dimension of the authoritarian state's survival strategy and the specific most difficult security problem in the contemporary East Asian regional order, the specific combination of the nuclear capability, the conventional military force, and the specific political calculus of the Kim regime, creating the conditions for the specific deterrence that prevents the resolution of the specific conflict, whose specific armistice has maintained the specific frozen war for the specific 7 decades since the specific guns fell silent on the specific date of July 27, 1953. Fact 88. The Rwanda genocide when the world didn't come. The Rwandan genocide, the systematic mass murder of the Tutsi minority of Rwanda and moderate Hutu by the Hutu power movement between April 7 and July 15, 1994, killing approximately 800,000 people in approximately 100 days in the most rapid genocide in the recorded history of the 20th century. Accomplished primarily with machetes and improvised weapons, rather than the industrial technology of the Nazi death camps in a specific expression of the specific mobilization of the specific local population as the primary instrument of the killing whose specific efficiency, the specific daily killing rate of approximately 8,000 people, exceeded that of the Nazi Holocaust at its peak in the specific condition of the face-to-face killing of the specific neighbor by the specific neighbor that the specific ideology of the Hutu power movement had prepared the specific perpetrators to perform, was simultaneously the most preventable and the most completely prevented genocide of the 20th century. The specific presence of the United Nations peacekeeping force under the command of General Romeo Dallaire, whose specific cable to the UN Department of Peacekeeping Operations in January 1994 described the specific intelligence about the specific plan for the specific killing of the specific Tutsi population, and requested the specific authorization for the specific preemptive action that would have prevented the genocide being denied the specific authorization. Specific refusal by the specific UN bureaucracy and the specific national governments, whose troops constituted the peacekeeping force, reflected the specific political calculation that the specific protection of the specific Rwandan population did not rise to the specific threshold of the national interest required to justify the specific risk of the specific military intervention. General Dallaire's specific testimony, the specific account in his memoir, Shake Hands with the Devil of the specific experience of watching the specific killing, that his specific force had the specific capability to prevent being denied the specific authorization that would have required the specific political will that the specific governments did not possess, is the most consequential single first-person account of the specific failure of the specific international community to exercise the specific responsibility to protect that the specific Universal Declaration of Human Rights had established as the specific foundational principle of the specific post-Holocaust international order. Fact 89. The future of war, what comes next? The future of war, the specific set of developments in the specific military technology, the specific operational concepts, the specific legal and ethical frameworks, and the specific political conditions that will define the character of the organized violence of the coming decades, is both the most consequential and the most genuinely uncertain question in the entire field of the strategic studies, the specific combination of the technological developments already underway. The artificial intelligence's application to the specific military decision-making, the autonomous weapon systems, whose specific operation without the human in the loop, creates the specific ethical and legal questions about the specific accountability for the specific lethal decisions that the existing framework of the laws of armed conflict was constructed to assign to the specific human commander. And the specific space and the specific cyber domains, whose militarization creates the specific new theaters of the competition, whose specific rules the international community has not yet developed, and the specific political conditions whose direction is as uncertain as any in the post-Cold War period. Autonomous weapons, the specific military systems whose combination of the artificial intelligence's decision-making capability, the sensor technology's situational awareness, and the specific lethal payload creates the specific machine that can identify, select, and engage the specific target without the specific human decision at the specific moment of the specific killing, are simultaneously the most consequential and the most contested development in the contemporary military technology. The specific combination of the genuine military utility, the specific operational speed, advantage over the human-in-the-loop system, and the specific moral and legal questions about the specific machine's capacity to apply the specific distinction between the combatant and the civilian, and the specific proportionality judgment between the specific military advantage and the specific civilian cost that the laws of armed conflict require of the specific commander who orders the specific strike, creating the most consequential unresolved question in the contemporary law of armed conflict. The specific question of whether the specific autonomous weapon can be made sufficiently reliable, sufficiently accountable, and sufficiently capable of the specific moral reasoning that the specific human rights framework requires. Or whether the specific development of the autonomous lethal system creates the specific conditions for the specific escalation of the organized violence beyond the specific human capacity for the specific political control that the entire history of the strategic studies has identified as the specific primary condition of the specific use of the organized military force. Is the specific question, whose answer the specific choices being made now in the specific research laboratories and the specific military procurement programs of the specific great powers will determine. Fact 90, the history of war at 90. 90 facts into the history of war, and the story has arrived at the most urgent questions of the present moment. The specific autonomous weapon in its specific testing facility, the specific cyber weapon in its specific server farm, the specific nuclear missile in its specific silo, and the specific political decisions being made in the specific capitals of the specific great powers, whose specific choices about the specific military investments of the specific coming years will determine whether the specific future of organized violence is the specific continuation of the specific progress toward the specific limitation of the war's specific destructiveness that the specific history of the specific laws of armed conflict represents, or the specific reversal of that progress in the specific conditions of the specific technological capability whose specific deployment without the specific normative constraint creates the specific conditions for the specific catastrophe whose specific prevention was the specific reason the specific normative tradition was created. We have followed the Rwandan genocide through its specific 100 days and understood that the specific failure of the specific international community to exercise the specific responsibility to protect is not merely the specific failure of the specific political will, whose absence the specific General Dallaire identified in his specific cable to the specific UN bureaucracy, but the specific expression of the specific structural feature of the specific international system, whose specific dependence on the specific voluntary cooperation of the specific sovereign states, whose specific national interests are the specific primary determinant of their specific foreign policy decisions, creates the specific conditions in which the specific universal principle confronts the specific particular interest, whose specific victory over the specific universal principle is the specific most consistent finding of the specific empirical study of the specific international humanitarian intervention. We have watched the Stuxnet worm destroy the Iranian centrifuges and understood that the specific threshold between the specific war and the specific not war is as genuinely uncertain in the specific cyber domain as the specific strategic planners who created the specific weapon intended it to be. The specific ambiguity of the specific attribution being the specific primary strategic advantage of the specific invisible weapon, whose specific use does not require the specific declaration of the specific war that the specific kinetic attack would have required. 10 facts remain. The story of war approaches its end. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 91. The First Gulf War's unfinished business. The decision of the George H.W. Bush administration to halt the coalition ground offensive at the ceasefire of February 28, 1991, with Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard partially intact and Saddam Hussein himself still in power in Baghdad, was one of the most consequential strategic choices of the post-Cold War era. The Bush administration justified the halt by pointing to the coalition's Arab partners, whose opposition to the installation of a successor government by Western powers was strong and unambiguous, the concern about the fragmentation of the Iraqi state, whose Shia South and Kurdish North would almost certainly seek independence if central authority collapsed, and the absence of a UN mandate for the overthrow of the Iraqi government. These were real constraints. But the decision created the unresolved strategic conditions: the sanctions regime, the no-fly zones, the weapons inspections, the repeated confrontations that occupied American foreign policy for the next 12 years and eventually produced the far more costly decision to finish what the Gulf War had left undone. The containment strategy that followed, combining no-fly zones enforced by American and British aircraft over the northern and southern thirds of Iraq, the UNSCOM and UNMOVIC weapons inspection regimes, whose confrontations with the Iraqi government became a recurring international crisis, and economic sanctions whose human cost the subsequent humanitarian literature documented with increasing alarm, created a condition of sustained low-level conflict, whose costs were as morally and politically consequential as the escalation the strategy was designed to prevent. The specific irony of the Gulf War's ending is that the very restraint that was praised at the time as the mark of strategic wisdom created a problem that proved, over the following 2 decades, considerably more difficult and more costly to manage than the decision-makers of 1991 had anticipated. Fact 92: the Iraq War, the consequences of miscalculation. The 2003 invasion of Iraq accomplished its conventional military objective, the overthrow of Saddam Hussein's government, in approximately 3 weeks of operations. What followed was a lesson in the difference between winning a war and winning a peace. The Bush administration's planners had anticipated a relatively brief occupation, a grateful population, and a straightforward transition to a stable successor government. What they encountered instead was a power vacuum of catastrophic proportions, an insurgency that grew rapidly in the security chaos of the post-invasion months, and a sectarian civil conflict that the removal of the Ba'athist state had uncorked after decades of suppression. The intelligence failure that provided the war's primary public justification, the assessment that Iraq possessed active chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons programs whose deployment or transfer to terrorist organizations constituted an imminent threat, was the most consequential in the history of American national security. When the Iraq Survey Group completed its post-invasion search and found no active weapons programs, the political damage was severe and lasting. Colin Powell later described his UN Security Council presentation of that intelligence as a blot on his record. The war's aftermath killed approximately 100,000 to 200,000 Iraqi civilians by conservative estimates, displaced millions, and generated the regional instability from which the Islamic State eventually emerged. The combination of the military victory and the political catastrophe that followed it remains the defining cautionary example of the 21st century military imagination, that the capacity to defeat an army is not the same as the capacity to rebuild a society, and that the absence of a plan for the day after the victory is as fatal as any tactical failure on the battlefield. Fact 93: War and Memory, How Nations Remember Their Battles. The way societies remember their wars is itself a form of power. The national monument, the annual ceremony, the school curriculum, and the narrative of the war's meaning, whose construction in the post-war period creates the framework within which the sacrifice is given the meaning the political community requires. These are not neutral acts of remembrance, but active interventions in the present, using the past to shape the future. The British memory of Dunkirk, transformed from a military catastrophe into a story of national resilience and improvised heroism, provided the emotional resources for the darkest months of 1940 and has been invoked by political leaders in every subsequent crisis. The Confederate lost cause mythology, whose construction in the decades after the American Civil War reframed a war fought to preserve slavery as a noble stand for states' rights and honor, shaped Southern American politics and culture for generations, and provided the ideological foundation for the resistance to civil rights, whose full expression was not exhausted until the late 20th century. The Soviet Great Patriotic War memory, whose elevation of the Soviet people's sacrifice in the Second World War into the founding narrative of Soviet legitimacy, made the memory of the 27 million dead simultaneously the most powerful emotional resource and the most politically untouchable subject in the Soviet political culture. Persisted through the Soviet collapse into the Russian Federation's own deployment of the Second World War memory as the primary instrument of national identity and political legitimacy. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial on the National Mall, whose design by Maya Lin, the black granite wall bearing the names of the 58,320 Americans killed in chronological order of their deaths, creating a surface in which the visitor sees their own reflection among the names of the dead, was initially controversial and eventually became the most visited monument in Washington. represents the most consequential single memorial design decision in the history of American military commemoration. Its specific refusal of the heroic narrative in favor of the direct confrontation with the individual human cost, producing the specific healing effect that the traditional monument could not have achieved. Fact 94. The peacemakers, war's necessary opposite. The individuals and institutions whose work has accomplished the peace settlements, the arms control agreements, and the conflict resolution mechanisms that have reduced the incidence of war and the suffering it produces are among the most consistently underappreciated figures in the entire history of the organized violence they opposed. The narrative that privileges the military commander over the diplomat, the battle over the negotiation, and the victory over the settlement creates the cultural condition in which the peacemaker is less celebrated than the warrior whose work, however courageous, creates the conditions from which the peacemaker must construct something durable. The Congress of Vienna of 1814 and 1815, in which Metternich's diplomatic skill, Castlereagh's commitment to the balance of power, and the collective willingness of the great power plenipotentiaries to accord the defeated France the respect that the subsequent Versailles peacemakers declined to extend to Germany, created the framework of the Concert of Europe, prevented a general European war for approximately 99 years. Until the July crisis of 1914 produced the catastrophe the Vienna settlement had been designed to prevent. The comparison between Vienna and Versailles is the most instructive available in the history of peacemaking. One settlement that treated the defeated power as a participant in the new order and produced a century of relative stability, and one that treated the defeated power as a criminal to be punished and produced a generation of resentment from which the next catastrophe grew. The lesson is not subtle. The quality of the peace is as consequential for the subsequent international order as the quality of the military victory that created the conditions in which the peace could be negotiated. Wars end. What matters is what they end into. Fact 95. The children of war, the youngest victims. The impact of organized violence on children, through direct casualties, displacement, the destruction of education and healthcare, the psychological trauma of witnessing violence and losing family members, and the deliberate recruitment of children as soldiers, is the most morally urgent dimension of the contemporary conflict's human cost, and the one whose full accounting the grand strategic narrative most consistently avoids. The use of child soldiers in the post-Cold War conflicts of sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, and elsewhere, documented at approximately 300,000 by Child Soldiers International and the UN Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict, represents the most extreme expression of the exploitation of children's vulnerability in armed conflict. The commanders who recruited them recognized that children are more easily manipulated, more easily terrorized into obedience, and less capable of the moral resistance that an adult might offer to orders whose character they recognize as monstrous. The Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, which designated the recruitment and use of child soldiers as a war crime, represents the most recent development in the humanitarian tradition's attempt to protect the most vulnerable from the organized violence, whose direction by adults bears the full responsibility for the suffering it imposes on those who had the least to do with the decisions that created it. The displaced child in the refugee camp, the child whose school was bombed, the orphan who survived the massacre, these are not the footnotes to the strategic history of the conflict. They are its primary fact, and the measure by which the decisions of the commanders and the governments who made the war will eventually be judged. Fact 96. Nuclear close calls, how close we have come. The history of the nuclear age contains a series of episodes in which technical malfunction, human error, or the pressure of the crisis moment created the conditions for accidental nuclear war, whose prevention required, in each case, the judgment of a single individual in conditions of extreme stress and compressed time. These episodes are among the most terrifying facts in the entire history of the organized violence of the modern era, and among the most consistently suppressed, the governments whose systems produced the failures being understandably reluctant to disclose the details to a public whose safety was at stake. Stanislav Petrov, the Soviet lieutenant colonel who on September 26, 1983 was the duty officer at the Serpukhov 15 early warning facility, when the satellite system reported the launch of 5 American intercontinental ballistic missiles, made the judgment not to report the alarm as a genuine attack, on the grounds that a genuine American first strike would have used hundreds of missiles simultaneously rather than 5. His training required him to report. His judgment told him the alarm was false. He was right. The system had misidentified sunlight reflecting off clouds as missile exhausts. Had he followed procedure and reported the launch, the Soviet leadership's response would have been the launch of the Soviet nuclear arsenal against American cities. Petrov's story was kept secret for a decade after the incident and became publicly known only in the post-Cold War period. It is the most complete available demonstration that the stability of the nuclear deterrent in its most critical moments has depended not on the infallibility of the systems, but on the specific fallibility of the humans, their capacity for doubt, for hesitation, for the refusal of the confident procedure in favor of the uncertain judgment that turned out to be the thing that saved the world. Fact 97. The legacy of war, what violence leaves behind. The legacy of war in the societies that fought it extends far beyond the battlefield and far beyond the generation that did the fighting. The demographic damage, the loss of the men of fighting age whose absence creates the social distortions that some post-war societies have required generations to address, is only the most visible dimension of a wound that runs through the economic, the psychological, and the cultural life of the affected societies in ways that the political history seldom fully acknowledges. The post-traumatic stress disorder of the veteran, the secondary trauma of the family, the orphaned child, the destroyed infrastructure, the poisoned land, these are the true balance sheet of the military operation, whose planners' cost-benefit analyses rarely include them in the accounting. The research on the intergenerational transmission of war trauma, the studies of the children and grandchildren of Holocaust survivors, of veterans, of genocide survivors, demonstrates biological and psychological mechanisms through which the effects of extreme violence are transmitted across generations through epigenetic changes, family dynamics, and community narratives. The past's violence shapes the present's experience in ways that the political history does not always acknowledge, but that the human experience consistently demonstrates. The most consequential military decisions in history were made by people who did not bear, and did not imagine bearing, the full cost of what they were deciding. The full cost was paid by others, by the soldiers in the trenches, by the civilians in the bombed cities, by the children in the refugee camps, and by the generations who inherited the wounds of wars they never fought. Fact 98. The warrior's return, coming home from war. The transition from the conditions of combat, the extreme danger, the intensity of the bonds formed in shared life-threatening experience, the moral simplification of a world in which the mission is clear and survival is the primary objective, to the conditions of peacetime society, is one of the most consistently difficult passages in the entire human experience of organized violence. The peacetime world asks the returning soldier to re-enter the complexity, the ambiguity, and the apparent indifference of civilian life after an experience that has defined their most consequential period of existence. The statistics of veteran suicide, family disruption, and occupational difficulty that the post-war societies of the modern era document are the most direct available measure of the human cost of military service that the public debate about the war consistently understates. The concept of moral injury, developed by the psychiatrist Jonathan Shea and the clinical psychologist Brett Litz to describe the damage caused to the moral psychology of the individual who has perpetrated an act that violates a deeply held moral belief, or witnessed the failure of a trusted leader to act with moral integrity, is the most recently recognized dimension of the psychological damage that combat produces. It distinguishes between the fear-based damage of post-traumatic stress disorder and the guilt and shame-based damage of the soldier who cannot reconcile what they did, or what they witnessed, or what they were ordered to do, with the person they believed themselves to be before the war began. The warrior's return is not the end of the war. For many of those who fought it, the war continues in the interior for years or decades after the guns have fallen silent, in a conflict whose resolution requires resources and attention that the societies that sent them to war have consistently been reluctant to provide. Fact 99. What war has made us, a reckoning. We stand now at the 99th fact, one step from the end of a journey that has traveled from the bodies at Nataruk to the autonomous weapons of the 21st century, from the first bronze chariot to the nuclear missile, from the Greek phalanx to the drone strike, from the warriors' codes of every culture to the laws of armed conflict's attempt to impose on the organized killing the constraints of the civilization whose protection the war was supposed to provide. And it is time for the reckoning that the full sweep of the history demands. What has war made us? It has made us organized. The demands of military competition were the primary driver of the state-building process whose institutional products, the permanent army, the permanent tax, the permanent bureaucracy, were the foundations of the modern state within whose framework the human rights, the democratic governance, and the rule of law that civilization values most highly were eventually constructed. It has made us inventive. The urgency of the military problem has consistently produced the technological innovation, the iron weapon, the gunpowder, the radar, the nuclear reactor, the internet, the GPS, whose subsequent civilian application has transformed the character of human life in ways whose aggregate constitutes the most rapid technological development in the history of the species. And it has made us dead. The approximately 100 million human beings killed in the conflicts of the 20th century alone represent the most consequential single fact about the organized violence of the modern era, and the most powerful argument available for the imperative of its prevention. The reckoning with the legacy of organized violence is the most consequential moral task available to civilization that is simultaneously the inheritor of the military tradition and the primary victim of its continuation. Fact 100, the last battle, what war still asks of us. And so we arrive at the 100th fact, at the end of a journey that began in the dark, with the bodies at Nataruk and the flint points embedded in the skulls of people who died 10,000 years ago, and that has traveled through 5 millennia of organized killing, whose forms have changed beyond recognition, while the human reality at its center, the person with the face and the family and the life, whose ending is the most immediate consequence of the decision to use military force, has remained the constant that the grand narrative of strategic history has most consistently and most consequentially obscured. War is still there. It is happening tonight, in the places where the organized violence of contemporary conflicts has not yet been ended by the diplomatic settlements, whose achievement has consistently eluded the international community's imperfect instruments of conflict resolution. The missiles are still in their silos, pointed at cities whose inhabitants sleep tonight in the confidence that the deterrent whose maintenance requires the willingness to use the weapons that would destroy civilization will continue to hold. The autonomous weapons are in their testing facilities, moving through the final stages of development programs whose completion will create systems that the laws of armed conflict have not yet been revised to govern adequately. What war asks of us, in the end, is attention. The attention that the war photographer demands when they place the image of the child in the rubble of the bombed city in front of the viewer who might otherwise look away. The attention that the memorial demands when it lists the names of the dead, whose individual existence the collective noun of the casualty figure conceals. The attention that the veteran demands when they speak of the things they did, and the things they saw in the conditions of combat, whose reality the civilian public that sent them cannot fully imagine, but is morally obligated to try to understand. And the attention that the history of war demands of anyone who reads it carefully enough to recognize in the pattern of the arms race, the miscalculation, the escalation, and the catastrophe not the inevitable product of human nature, but the preventable consequence of choices made by specific human beings with the power to make them, that the history of war documents so extensively and so unambiguously. The pattern repeats, the names change, the weapons change, the dead accumulate. The most important fact in the entire history of war is that it has not ended. And whether it ends, eventually, or whether it continues until there is nothing left to continue, depends on the choices of the human beings alive in the present moment, reading in the dark, in the quiet, in the hours when the noise of the world has settled, and the mind is still enough to hear what the history of 10,000 years of organized violence is trying to say. Close your eyes. Let the weight of what you have heard settle around you, the weight of 5,000 years of the organized killing, from the flint point at Nataruk to the nuclear warhead in its silo, from the charge at Gorgamla to the drone strike in Yemen, from the phalanx at Marathon to the trench at Passchendaele. You have traveled the full length of the history of war tonight. You have held its human cost, every name on every wall of every memorial in every country where the organized violence of the war created the dead whose names the wall preserves. Carry what you have heard gently into your sleep. The history of war is not a celebration. It is a reckoning, and the reckoning is not finished. This is explored during sleeping,